all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 Pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 Pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard.
Hello everyone and welcome back to Division 1. My name is Ancient Angel and here with me is not just Jackson 1K. No, we're going all the way up. Jackson 5K. Jackson, thank you so much for joining me as we get into these last set of matches here in week 3. To start off the day, it's Stony Brook versus Maryville.
And talk about a David versus Goliath type of game here. We have Stony Brook esports, which is a relatively they don't really play that much in the collegiate scene. They don't really pop out at a lot of these leagues too often. And then on the other hand, you have Maryville, who's just been a staple CVAL champions of last year, NECC champions of last year. This is a team that's basically a well-oiled machine at this point. And you kind of expect this to lean in a certain way, but based on the information that we've been talking about in the green room, especially on Maryville's side, it seems like this may be a lot closer than we first thought, Angel.
Well, and it's not just that, right? It's not just, oh, it might be closer than we first thought coming into today. No, it might be closer than we thought even coming into Division 1 itself, right? We thought of Stony Brook as a team that, wasn't really that big of a powerhouse, that big of a threat. Well, week 1 happens, this Maryville Winthrop game happens. On the interview, we have Maryville players going, yeah, Stony Brook, they might be like a team to watch out for. Then all of a sudden, it's Maryville, or not Maryville, Stony Brook, in week 2 up against West Virginia, who's expected to be a top 4 team in this league, taking West Virginia to map 3. And now we're coming into today, Maryville, they're replacing arguably their best player, arguably one of the top 3 players in the league of Wildfire with Screwface as a substitute for today.
Yeah, and that might throw a wrench in things because Wildfire is one of the glue that holds the team together. And when you take out an important player like that and you put in Screwface, who is no slouch, but not exactly that same type of solidarity that they may have, because Screwface is kind of a dive first kind of player. He's really in there all times being aggressive and not really able to control the team the same way that Wildfire does. Maybe Maryville is trying to look for different sets to throw in to try and see if they need an emergency sub to see how the team will play without their core. But against a team like Stony Brook, who's been a surprising upstart, is maybe a difficult win for them to pull off.
And I think that's the key, right? Is the fact that we're talking about it now as a win that Stony Brook could actually come away with. Obviously, they're still the underdogs, and let's not get ahead of ourselves, right?
Yeah.
But for Maryville, it's about, have you gotten enough reps in with Screwface in this team? Have you gotten enough practice under your belt with some of the changes compositionally that we're going to be expecting compared to a Stony Brook where it's the same 5 players and it's been the same 5 players so far throughout the semester? Have they gotten enough reps in their map pool to take them the distance? Because we are still expecting a map 3 victory if Stony Brook is going to take it, right? So, have you gotten enough reps in that map pool? Because against West Virginia, you had a pretty convincing win on map 2. It's just you couldn't close it out when it came to Corrode. So does that change today, especially when, we'll talk about maps in a little bit, but when it comes to that whole differential. And speaking of differentials, let's talk about this head-to-head of Big Tonka T versus Giza, the Sentinels.
Yeah, and these are 2 players that are going to be really important to watch, because if we take a look later at the map pool, we'll see. But a lot of the maps that they're choosing to play are really flank heavy, right? It requires a lot of discipline to not over rotate. And with these 2 players being the Sentinel players, they are the ones that are going to be highlighted, because it's up to them to not get faked out. They have to make the reads. They have to make sure that they are holding their sight while simultaneously watching for flanks. It's a very difficult job that Giza, we've seen time and time again, prove that he can do it. He's able to take those engagements. And honestly, Giza as a Sentinel player has an insane plus minus. It's almost 17 on the season right now. But on the other hand, he takes a lot of first engagements and doesn't always win them. And that's where Big Tonka T actually has invested, being one of the leaders in that first kill, first death category.
Yeah, and that's the thing that made this head-to-head so fun to talk about is both of these guys, they're not the, front and away star players for their team, right? They're not the guys that are going to demand all of the resources to help them when it's their time to take a fight.
Mm-hmm.
No, they're the second kind of star on the team, right? Whereas the rest of the team is off doing their own thing on one side of the map. All of a sudden, you have your big Tonka T or your Giza lurking about, maintaining that space, manipulating it to however they see fit. And you talked about these maps. I think Sunset and Lotus, the first two in the pool, are going to be prime examples of that. The only thing that's a little weird is the fact that because of Screwface, we might actually not be able to see Giza on the Sentinel all that often.
Yeah, they might have to switch over into that initiator role to try and set up Screwface there. And I think that might be a shame because they played Sunset last week running a double controller with Giza on that Cypher, and they just locked down the B site. It was almost impossible for the enemy team to come in. Cypher is one of Giza's almost strongest agents, able to multi-frag all the time. So it's going to be interesting to see whether or not he'll be comfortable in that initiator role, even though he is one of their biggest flex players.
Mm-hmm. Well, and that's the thing about this Maryville team that is so interesting. Even though Wildfire is out, there's a lot of players on this team that are really, really flexible. You talk about Chloric and Renz and the abilities that both of them have to kind of swap around their roles, and it really just feels like the only reason Ange doesn't swap around his role that much is because why do you want to take him off the smokes, right?
Yeah.
Like this guy's like one of the best smokes players we have, so leave him on the smokes full time and let everyone else try and run around and figure it out.
And I think it'll be interesting to see if we see Maryville coming into playing defense first, right? And we talked about how Screwface is typically a more aggressive duelist player. Will they have Renz on that Neon again? Because that's what they ran last week. And to really set up Renz a lot for these early engagements, put Renz on Neon Operator to really hold down that A main site. I don't know if they'll be able to bring that in there, or maybe they just go super aggressive with a double dive comp.
I don't know if they're gonna double dive. I feel like that might be a bit of a crazy ask. What interests me is gonna be whether or not they decide to bring out Chamber this week, because we've slowly started to see, especially within Division 1 specifically in the competition here, Chamber has slowly started to creep his way back in, and I feel like with some of these changes like that are going to happen with Screwface in the team, it's not unlikely to see, maybe Screwface goes on to the duelist and be that dive player, and then all of a sudden Renz is like, you know what, let's just throw me on Chamber, and I'll just go peek like wide swing, B main at the start of the round and play off my rendezvous.
Yeah, and that is a Chamber is really strong at controlling Sunset because of the trip as well as the TP, allowing for a faster rotate. There's a lot of little spots that you can place that teleporter that allow you to rotate quickly. Coming from the side of Stony Brook, though, it seems that on a map like Sunset, they do just like to run the single controller, but they haven't played on Sunset so far in this regular season, and it maybe there isn't enough footage or game tape for Maryville to really study, because Maryville is a team that like plays the game properly. They're not a team that will be over aggressive or try anything to troll. They really do their homework, but was there enough homework for them to really do this time around?
I don't necessarily know if homework is the right way to think about it, right? The way that I always like to sum up Maryville in one word is discipline, right? 100% from start to finish, they are going to treat you like you are a threat, whether you are Radiant or Iron.
Yep.
And that is the entire way that Maryville will play this game. It's the system that they have in place. And so it's not necessarily about, well, does Maryville have enough homework on Stony Brook. It's actually the other way around. I think it's really about, does Stony Brook have a set enough game plan against Maryville, or do they just feel confident in their own mechanics to try and steal away Sunset from arguably the best team in Collegiate?
Oh yeah, and that might be a difficult task, because if you're going off pure mechanical skill, Maryville Saints, they are no slouches when it comes to that. We've seen insane flicks from every single one of their players. We've seen perfect timing and utility and cohesion. We talked about Stony Brook being this the team that has played their 5 core players throughout the season so far, but Maryville as a team has been playing the last year and a half together in a multitude of leagues and making noise, if not winning them all throughout the time. So there is a huge cohesion coming out from the side of Maryville as well.
We have Agent Select now on screen, and I'm so happy. The smile on my face right now, seeing that Maryville's sticking with the comp and Screwface is on that Sova. I'm so excited. We get Giza back on the Cypher. You know, for Stony Brook, it's the comp, the Sunset comp. We were expecting this coming into it, but for Maryville, that question mark was arisen, and it's been answered for us, Jackson.
Yeah.
We've got that classic double controller. Everyone's on their rolls. Screwface is just gonna have to sub in for that Sova, but it's gonna be a very fun match.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see if Screwface is able to fill Wildfire's shoes here. As we take a look at Stony Brook University, they're running a pretty aggressive comp with that double initiator, trying to work down on B site here. Have to fight through this Viper wall, but there is a breach to flash through. Are they aware of the setup that Maryville likes to set up? Rookie already in there, and Big Tonga T is going to best Giza immediately with the headshot through the cage, and that's going to be a sight take right now for Stony Brook, but not if Renz have something to say about it. Refrags too to bring the numbers back. The flash is going to come out, and Renz maybe a little bit aggressive there, but Screwface able to trade out. Now Abel finds them as well. The numbers have been evened up. It's Ainge and Chloric now left on this retake.
It's 2v2, and Gunny was spotted going back over towards B main. It does give Chloric some valuable information. Not enough though, so they still have to clear out the back of the site, but as soon as that's done, all eyes turn on the 2 initiators of Abel and Gunny over towards B main. The paranoia goes out, but so does the fault line, and with Gunny finding that frag, it just feels impossible for Ange to pick up the pistol, so Stony Brook, they come out guns blazing onto the B site.
Oh man, and honestly, there wasn't anything wrong with the game plan coming out from Maryville. I think it was just one of those rounds where one single bullet changes the game, and that's that shot from Abel onto Giza through the cyber cage. It took down all the trips, and it really just left Chloric on an island by themselves. Now, when you have all of this utility coming out, you have the Sova Dart, you have the Breach Flash, as well as the Omen Paranoia. It's just too much for one player to deal with. Maryville doing some good damage there to try and bring the economy down, but now we're going to see an aggressive push out coming out from Giza and Chloric to just try and maintain the control of B Orb.
And the thing is, they get that orb, right? It goes straight to the Viper's Pit. That's such a huge ultimate to try and bring online early for Maryville. And you know, this team, we talk about discipline. This is one of those moments, right? Try and maximize everything that you can, even in these ecos or in these losses. And that shot from Renz, that hold right there would be so crucial, but they still back away and bait for Ainge.
Yeah, Ainge is going to get killed, but Renz there with double Sheriff shots. They eventually do get traded out, but that is a lot of damage done to the side of the Seawolves. We see Majestic here playing it smart, understanding that he needs to maintain control of those weapons so that Maryville don't get free upgrades.
Not just that, but it's also the information that was given over, right? That huge 2, and then also seeing a 3rd out from Renz. It really does kind of force Stony Brook into a new avenue, and that's going to be mid, but there is someone
30
spotted.
seconds left. I'm out of here.
I like this pinch play now coming from mid and main as well. This is going to be on Majestic to see what kind of timings that they would like to take. The fragment is going to come out onto Screwface, but they're able to sidestep it. Now Chloric's going to get taken down by Rookie and able to clean up. Nice, well done coming out from the side of Stony Brook University.
And again, it's clean play from Stony Brook, and that's exactly what you want to see, right? You keep 3 alive. That's the bulk of your weaponry coming into this bonus online. You're not going to have to force a heavy reinvestment to try and now do damage to that Maryville economy. And you can see on the side of the Saints, right? It's full weaponry across the board, and those ultimates are starting to stack up. Ren's only 2 away from the overdrive. Screwface getting close to the Hunter's Fury as well.
Now, on this bonus round, it looks like they're going to try and contest this position here onto B main, but it's just making noise, trying to fake it out. Big Tonka T able to set a tripwire for the flank. As we see now, the game plan from Stony Brook University, it seems a little bit different from normal. With these weaponry, they're trying to maintain that mid control and take that long range fight.
Poison's on.
They do break
Silence
that market
right now.
door. Yeah. Clerk has to back away. Don't really want to be the first to fall, especially not in a round like this. So Maryville hesitant to take the fight, but oh, that's going to be heard, and that's going to be an opportunity. That runaway friends.
Amateur.
Oh, yeah. They're making too much noise there and giving up some control over on main. This is going to post Screwface and Giza to try and cover mid, but the trap has been set. They tried to draw rotations, but maybe Big Tonka T just started a little bit too early. The information has been given, but that's still the second layer of the fake because the spike is actually going A side. Giza will find a pick on Rookie. Ainge will get the trade on Majestic on the other side of the map, but now they're going to try and push them back with the stun and the flash. Ainge able to use all of that utility to run away. He does have the weapons advantage and will find a pick on the Gunny. Now a high-low setup from Screwface as well to take down Abel. All that's left now is Big Tonka T, and they'll get taken out as well cleanly by Giza. So despite all of the tricks that was thrown, Maryville once again showing that discipline.
Yeah, and a huge credit to Ainge for being able to shut down that A main push and that elbow push specifically, right? Using his utility, using that paranoia and that shadow step to just focus on getting out, meeting up with Screwface on the site, and then they play that high-low. They play it perfectly, and they're able to maximize their impact on that site, on those holds, and they get that first round in actually kind of a dicey situation.
Yeah, it's does make things a little bit difficult for them because it seems like they've invested a lot from the side of Seawolves to try and get those weaponry now. They don't have exactly full buys here, but should still have enough utility to make this formidable. Meanwhile, on the side of Maryville, this is the game plan that they played all throughout the last time. Maintain that A main control with that runway, putting Renz in an aggressive position. Gunny now, you see, it has the drone to try and push back Renz here.
Renz has to fall away. It was that A main trap. And it does work for a brief moment, but there isn't enough space that's capitalized off of it for Stony Brook to really feel like they have a chance.
Yeah. This
Back
is
to
the
the
trap.
reset.
This is the trap that Maryville sets. Because they have double controller, they're able to really maintain control of these extremities. But the pushback is going to come. Renz does have the crossfire. They aren't going to be able to handle him as he finds 2 with the Phantom. Eventually, he does get traded out, but that's so much damage being done without maintaining any control of the A space.
30 seconds left.
Now it's all on to Gunny. They will find a pick on the Screwface. They do have the spike in hand, but a 1v3, it's a lot to ask.
Yeah, and especially with Ange in this position, you'd have to really work on isolating. And sure, Gunny can get onto the site, maybe get the plant for the extra money, but this
10
was a
seconds
Ren's
left.
round through and through, right?
Yeah.
The ability and the awareness that he has to go for that play, I mean, that's really something. Hold on, Gunny. Might not be over just yet.
Ooh! Yeah, finds one shot onto Ange, a clean shot, but there's just too many angles for them to have to deal with. Giza finally able to clean up, and Maryville University will tie it up. And like you said there, big round coming out from the side of Renz, understanding that they have put so much util and attention into that elbow area that nobody's really looking for him. And if you find the right timing, and as he did, he was able to get 2 picks.
Yeah, and the other thing there as well is because Renz, it took so long for Renz to go down, it buys enough time for Screwface, who's been so crucial on these rotations to this A site, to come in, back up Ange, make sure that he doesn't get overwhelmed, you know, his fallback preparation going from elbow over to CT. It's just a really, really well thought out game plan and a very well calculated risk from Renz.
Go, go, go.
Absolutely. And now with the weaker weaponry now, they're going to try and take another strong push into that elbow area. This time, Maryville, once again, showing that discipline, not playing as aggressive as they used to because they don't want to give the advantage over to these short-range weapons. Big Tonka T is going to make some noise over on top mid and try and see if they can sneak around and maybe draw some rotations.
Yeah, but look at Renz's position all the way in B main. The problem is they're running right to him.
Oh, Renz with the outlaw finds the first pick onto Majestic. Is still going to keep going in there with the overdrive. Will find their third and trying to hunt for their ace now. The trip will be destroyed. And they think they are aware of somebody mid. But finds a pick onto spawn as well. Big Tonka T to trade out and get one. But Renz is on the hunt. Unable to get the aces. Big Tonka T wins out with the stinger. Now has the outlaw in hand. Will have to reload the chambers. But they don't have control of the spike. Will find Ainge, or rather Ainge will find the head of Big Tonka T to close out that anti-eco.
And again, this has been the Renz show through and through on this Neon. We're expecting, you know, maybe Giza steps up, maybe even Screwface was gonna be on this Neon, but no, Renz proves why he is a duelist that is not to be messed with. And the fact that he's put up 10 kills in 5 rounds, almost an ace at that.
Yeah,
now he has an op.
This is a map that really allows Renz to get aggressive. You see them holding that tight angle, finds the pick on the gunny, almost gets the collat as well. Now they're super hungry, trying to go for another one, but Big Tonka T stepping up every time. Neuro Death will come out as well as the Rolling Thunder, so this should give the Seawolves control of that B site. You see the rest of Maryville falling back. The Paranoid is going to come through an Ainge. Even though misses the Paranoid, does not mix the headshots, finds 2 more. And now you see the Hunter's Fury come out as well. Enable now the last person left on the side of Stony Brook. Does not have control of the spike either, so this is a rough buy round coming out from them. They try to invest a lot, but just ran right into that operator.
Yeah. And this is the Maryville powerhouse in full effect. You saw the quick little splash of the player cams there. Everyone giving each other fist bumps for a job well done. But again, this is Maryville's game plan working perfectly. Opening pick with the op from Renz, knows that it's going to be that B main hit, and then immediately off the Rolling Thunder from Abel. Ange from the shadows straight over to the B site. Everyone knows this is where the round will end. Project hold the site as quick as possible, and just beautiful shots by Ange on the retake.
And almost want them to really try to take this mid control. What shots coming out from Screwface, also getting the shots through the smoke to finish up the kill. Tonka T will find theirs though to even up the numbers, still having weaker weaponry. So you see now Renz tries to take an aggressive peek onto Big Tonka T, both missing their shots. Renz will have to fall back here to try and maintain that angle advantage.
Just barely dodging the on dart, but this double swing in, it's perfect from Maryville. They have full control, and even when Stony Brook tries to go for a play, it just only rewards them with one. Screwface mowed them down. Renz gets to pick up the scraps, and this is a Maryville team that's been flawless on gun rounds.
Yeah, it's becoming very difficult now for Stony Brook to try and regain this momentum. I do like that they tried to put some pressure onto mid there, Angel. I just think that they just didn't have the weaponry to go up against the Outlaw, the Operator, too many long-range weapons. I really hope that they try to maintain that mid control, but as you can see, Maryville already has the read on that strategy.
I'm out of here.
Rare miss coming out from Renz. Big Tonka T will punish Screwface on that trade. Rookie trying to do all that they can, but there's so much utility from the Viper pushing them back here. We're going to see the aftershock come through to try and push Chloric out of the angle. But they're just going to play it slow. They already have the numbers advantage. Trying to maintain that mid control and cut off any type of rotation.
The goal is to go back towards A, and the problem with that is you have Ange sitting right here deep in A main, ready for a push.
Oh no! Too many dry swings coming out from the side of the Seawolves there. I mean, they need to try and use some initiator utility. You have 2 of them, all right, to try and get some information. Now Rookie is gonna take elbow control. They do have the numbers evened up, but you see the pinch has been coming through. Giza finds that first pick onto Rookie, spots Gunny as well, and gets the headshot, so maximum damage being done. Now Chloric with the flank on the backside. Majestic sniffs him out, but unfortunately does not have enough HP to deal with that. Gunny now finding themselves in the 1v3. They will find a shot on the first. Ren's able to slip through the crosshairs and the shorty to close it out. That was about as good of a chance that Stony Brook had gotten to take one of these gun rounds, Angel.
Yeah, and
You're welcome.
it gets so close. Stony Brook, they have a beautiful opening pick. They read the map, and then, you know, like we mentioned, it's just the smallest mistakes, and Maryville can break you apart. And on that push in A main, takes care of 2 of them, both Abel and Big Tonka T. And that just completely cripples the Stony Brook offense.
So unfortunate there, because if they're able to get that pick onto Ange as well, they will have all of the control on A side. But so far, it seems Maryville just so good at not over-aggressing when they don't need to. All right, now we see the aggression come out once again on the side of the Seawolves. Hunter's Fear being used as well, and Neon Rookie just trying to go in there. They will get the picks that they need, Tonka T and Gunny as well. The Neuro Death will come out, and Ange will fall to Majestic. So strong opening push coming out from the side of Stony Brook University. It's all going to be up to Giza and Chloric now to see if they can make something happen on this 2v5 retake. This camera's going to get shot down. Tripwire's going to get shot down as well.
Like you said, it's a 2v5. There should be no world where Maryville can find their way through this, especially not with the wraps that are going on in the site holds. Giza down, now Chloric, a 1v5.
Ooh.
A flawless way for Stony Brook to get themselves back on the board, and it's off of that Hunter's Fury from Gunny.
Yeah, and now this time, they won't have that Hunter's Fury to work with once again, so they will have to try and make do without it. Will they be able to recreate that success? I think they're going to try and hit the A site again, but it looks like Giza will switch up their sites to set up on A, making sure that they don't have any aggressive pushes. However, on the side of Seawolves Angels, it looks like it's going to be a 4-1 split as we see the spike actually being over on that B side.
They're cycling back to this trap play over in A main, where the breach gets set up to do this stun in towards short and elbow. The question is whether Maryville will be ready for it, because right now Screwface and Giza are lined up to get hit by this fault line.
Yeah, that would be huge if Abel's able to pull that off. Now we see the tripwires are going to come through and they'll immediately get shot. Maryville, as you see, so disciplined, not falling for any sort of fakes, as they are more than comfortable planting on site, except Renz gets a little bit too curious. Pushing down mid, able to find that pick. And the rotations are going to come through after that to try and hit this B side.
Yeah, they know the Cypher isn't here. They just have to contest with Chloric's Viper. Ange's position will get spotted from the top of Muse. All of a sudden, the execute's ready and the split is in.
Ange gonna take the fight and win out against Rookie Chloric, able to find one main as well. Now we see the lurker coming out from Big Tonka T, able to find a pick onto Ange, and the awareness from both teams is just amazing. As soon as they get the pick from right in front of them, they're immediately looking behind. Giza with the lake flank will get the pick onto Big Tonka T now in this 2v2. Chloric with low HP gonna try and work through the smoke here, and Abel and Majestic looked like they were trying to go for the crossfire, but the push out may just be the mistake. Abel able to find the pick, but Giza trades out, and I almost wish they just held the crossfire there, Angel.
I had the same idea as you, Jackson. It was the push out that Stony Brook tried to do. They wanted to try and get the drop on Maryville, but what does Chloric do? Read it perfectly, sits in the corner, calls for Giza to hold the smoke with him, and immediately, straight into his face, Majestic busts out of the smoke, and immediately Chloric's able to take that, and even though Abel's able to get the trade the first time, There's no way you're getting a 2-for-1 special, and so Maryville, they guarantee the lead at the half. They have a bunch of power ultimates online, including that Viper's Pit from Chloric.
This goes here.
It feels like a layup for round 8.
Oh man, and honestly, that just goes to show the difference in experience between the two teams. Maryville opting to play for that time. Ainge finding an early pick onto Rookie. Hunter's Fury coming out from the side of Screwface to maintain that A control. But so far, Big Tonka T has been doing big work. They will find the pick onto Renz, but Ainge has control of the spike now. Giza closing up as well, and Big Tonka T will have to try and close out 4 more times to regain control of this spike here. Ainge already pushing up onto this high angle, off angle as well. There'll be 3 picks for them as we're gonna see Maryville University find their 8th round.
And the crazy part is they just did it off the Hunter's Fury from Screwface. That and then, you know, a little bit of team fight tactics going around. And because you still have a lot of these power ultimates still in play, right? The overdrive from Renz, the Viper's Pit from Chloric. It really does mean that you have a ton of options available for you in Maryville. They might just try and use this Viper's Pit out in mid.
Just trying to maintain that market control. We're gonna see Rookie with the overdrive here, gonna try and go in there, but there's just so much utility coming out. Traps being set by Giza. Trades are gonna come out as Stony Brook University evens up the numbers here. They try to maintain site control as the spike has not crossed yet. Now that they have the site, they're still going to try to push it to elbow, and Giza, once again, we highlighted him being that 1vx Sentinel player, having a positive plus-minus in that position. Will close out. Rolling Thunder being set now is going to be thrown, but it's not going to hit anyone. Screwface finds the pick as well. Now Majestic left in the 1v3. They don't have the spike in, only a Stinger in hand, luckily able to upgrade to that Vandal. What's the game plan here, Majestic?
Surely it's just hope that you can isolate. The problem is you go one side, it's this high-low, the other, it's the op. You end up picking for the rifles, but is it too little, too late? Hold on!
A gift from the Valorant gods right now. Majestic with the fake shadow step to try and throw off the angle of Renz. He's in Renz's head. Renz has to clear out so many angles here. Really well patient play coming out from the side of Majestic. They should be able to maintain control of that spike now. Ring around the Rosie in effect. Renz slowly circling. Neither really have a good idea of where the other person is. Can Majestic
He's not aware
turn around
of the flank?
He's got to turn around just in time. 10 seconds to plant. Plant safe. Will get the spike down. And finally, they turn and check the angle. The patience! Oh, he had it! But just with the shot as Ren's able to find the pick. And Maryville University will close out their defensive half 9-3.
Oh, and it hurts. It hurts if you're Majestic. You arguably go the harder route. The high-low. Both players. A crucial whiff. It's now just a 1v1. And you tried so hard to play that timing, and you got everything your way. But when it came time to aim down the sights, it was Renz who beat you to the punch. And he's rewarded a 9-3 lead to Maryville. And now we're talking about the arguably harder half for Stony Brook.
Yeah, absolutely, because this is a notoriously T-sided map, and with a team that has so much cohesion like Maryville, their executions are on point. But Stony Brook kind of playing a gamble stack here over on that A side, and it seems like they may have the correct read, Angel.
I mean, 100%. Right? 4 players here, you all push out. Set up Rookie for a fight.
I'm out of here.
A bit of counter utility by Chloric. That might cause a little bit of apprehension in that Stony Brook push. And Maryville, they're going to capitalize. They have all this mid space.
Huge read coming out from the side of Maryville as well. Immediately rotating after seeing the dart as well as the stun come through. Recognizing the trap on A main there. And now just going to try and play patient over on this mid side. Maybe force a mistake to come out from the Seawolves.
Well, they've got market 100%, and they're ready to cross over to the site. So it's going to be a full 5 alive retake for both sides. The question is, do Maryville's strong site holds prove effective again?
Big pick coming out from Giza and Renz. Before they can even start this retake, Majestic will find one, but Renz gets another All of a sudden, it's just Rookie left on this late rotates. Ren's gonna try and push out. Just the slide, gets the pick. That's double digits on the board for Maryville University.
Charge and shoot. Easy enough.
And again, it's Maryville proving themselves in these moments. This is a team that, you know, you talk about stats. They're up there in terms of post plants, right? 77% of the time when Maryville get the bomb down, they're winning that round. And that's just one of those moments where, again, Stony Brook, they try and, you know, take an opportunity to get this retake started early. Giza, immediate punish, 5v4, convert the numbers.
We're gonna try that stack once again over onto that A side, but Maryville not falling for it. Really trying to get any information that they can and make deductions off of the utility usage. Now another rotate coming over towards that mid side. This time, I hope that Stony Brook is trying to play for a true 5v5 retake. Last round, they kind of peaked a little bit early and got punished for it. The Owl Drone is going to work up onto that B side here. Smokes are going to go down. So the Execute is going to come.
Triggered.
Majestic, though, on the spray. What was that flick from Renz?
It was a setup for this. Age able to trade out, though. So that maintains site control. The fault line is going to come through, but Giza with the crossfire. Rookie able to find one, and there's just too many angles for them to deal with. And it looks like Maryville is in no rush to execute these sites. You even see some of the players just crouch walking on that execute to try and bait out anything. And I don't know if that spray through the smoke with a stinger is the right move there, but Majestic immediately gets punished for it.
Yeah. I thought the fact that it was just like this aim labs flick from Renz immediately just straight through the smoke onto Majestic. That's why you don't spray through smokes unless you got a Phantom.
Yeah, you can get punished real quick, especially on a round like that. Now, this Evo's trying to take some aggression onto the mid-side. Elbow's gonna get caught out by Chloric. Able to find the first pick, and they find the second. No, but Giza is there to trade out. So none of these Maryville players are ever being left on an island. Giza once again finds another pick up on mid. They are gonna get taken down by Abel, but it's not enough. Big Tonka T gets one. Renz and Ainge clean up. And that's gonna be match point coming out from Maryville University.
Yeah, and reminder, this was Stony Brook's pick. Right, and Maryville have just been dancing on them. More specifically, it's been the Renz and Giza show all day long, and just had some very crucial moments in these late rounds. But when it comes to the start, it's that 1-2 punch. And this is MCE. This is Maryville taking that time out. Really want to talk things over. Just kind of cement the game plan. Maybe quick little water break.
Yeah, just to, you know, regain composure. They might be a little hyped right now. It's match point. You got 9 tries to close this out. I'm almost surprised Stony Brook didn't call this timeout. I mean, I feel like they should have called one a while ago, but this also gives them a chance to talk it out. Now, any aggression that Stony Brook has tried to set has been immediately countered by Maryville. They're so good at sniffing out any trap plays, and that last final one, they tried to aggress down towards mid, and I think they force bought too. So this could be a precarious situation as they may not have the weaponry to try and win this round out.
Yeah, and that's key, right? Is the fact that Stony Brook was going for those force buys to try and upset Maryville. It doesn't work. And so now with this timeout, you've iced out the nerves of Stony Brook. You've solidified your game plan. You can see you're ready to just do this fast execute over towards A. Only one player here. Gunny, you're going to have to try and do your best to stop this.
Get away. The walls are going to come up, and look at Renz taking deep position top mid already to try and get this lurk play, but they will get taken down. Majestic finds the pick as well, but jumping straight into the crosshairs of Giza. Abel taking down Giza. Now numbers advantage over on the side of Stony Brook University, but it's a 2v2 so far on this A side. We're going to have to see if Big Tonka T is able to close the distance quick enough. Abel trying to take some peek for information and will get damage to the face. Slow execution now coming out from the side of Maryville University, but look at Screwface already aware of a potential flank.
And that's key, right? If Big Tonka T is found out, this round is in shambles, and Screwface is on that rotate. He's going to be able to see them in mid.
Oh no, Big Talkati is wondering how the heck did that happen to get shot from the back on the flank there, and that's just Screwface. Perhaps Chloric making that call as the IGL that there should be one rotating and getting the flank, but while making that read, they were also fragging out to try and trick Stony Brook into thinking that they would be executing onto that A site. Now it's just Gunny left in this 1v2. They have to rotate the long way. They will be able to recover a Phantom to try and win this out, but it's going to be tough.
Yeah, and the problem is it's planted for back sight, right? So Maryville, at the very least, Screwface will be able to rotate in quickly. Chloric might be able to catch out in market. So even if Gunny can get to half, you're not going to get further than that. Owl drones out just to confirm the body. Gunny's going running. But we all know how this ends. It's with a Maryville 13-3. They win out on Sunset in dominant fashion.
Man, and there's so many key rounds there where we would think that Stony Brook had the advantage after the execution. Huge indicator of just the experience that these two teams have. Stony Brook didn't exactly like do anything wrong. They played really well. They were able to take those early fights, get those early control, but it was those mid-round reads coming out from Chloric, from especially in that last one. We're in a 2v3, and you know, conventional wisdom would think, maybe we should take the site together, but not Chloric, big brain. He's like, yeah, there's definitely one lurking. You can I trust you to take the spike by yourself in a 1v1 as I try to distract these last two players. It worked out. Big Talkati had no idea where he even got shot from.
And that's probably also with help from Screwface, right? We know the kind of brain that Screwface brings to the server. And so to take some of that pressure off of Chloric towards the end, that is a huge help. And Maryville, they're rewarded by stealing away Stony Brook's map pick, right? So now all they have to worry about is just Lotus map 2.
Yeah, and Lotus is a map that I believe Stony Brook University was able to win the last time that they played on it against West Virginia University, which is a very strong team. So hopefully they're able to maintain that momentum going into the second round. But so far on that first map, it does look like they are a little bit outclassed. Maybe they're able to make the adjustments and pull the hood over Maryville in this next map.
Well, in order to get to the next map, we have to cut to a quick break. So don't go anywhere because map 2 of Lotus will be up right after this.
Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 Pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard.
All right, and welcome back to Division 1 Valorant. My name is Jackson 5K, joined on the mic today with Ancient Angel. If you're just tuning in, we just watched Stony Brook University versus Maryville University on Lotus. If you only look at it from the scoreboard standpoint, Angel, 12-3 from the side of Maryville, you would think that this was a blowout, but it really wasn't the case.
No, and it's one of those weird cases where just because the round count was as high as it was, doesn't really mean the rounds themselves played out that way, right? Like you said at the end of Sunset, it was very, very like close in terms of the actual situation of the rounds themselves, because Stony Brook oftentimes would start the round making the right play, having the right read, doing the correct thing, and it was in those mid-round situations the calling from Maryville was just a class above, and they were able to manipulate the rotations as they needed to and completely dominate. But now we move on from Sunset. The day has ended, the sun is set, we're moving over to Lotus. It's a new beginning and a chance for Stony Brook to blossom in this series and take us to a map 3.
Yeah, and this is going to be a very interesting matchup for sure, because Stony Brook is actually really good on this Lotus map, and they've even, as we talked about in their last game, was able to take the map off of West Virginia, which is a very strong team this year. Their attack win rate percentage so far has been a 60% win rate, but that's to be expected on a map like Lotus. We're going to see if they're able to bring that momentum up against Maryville, who have actually elected to start on the defensive side. And as we talked about earlier, they are a very strong defensive team.
Yeah, it's the fact that Maryville is arguably the best defense team in collegiate. And they're forced onto this defender side. Stony Brook opted for the attack. It's such an interesting kind of question that you're now putting at Stony Brook, which is you are now having to attack the best defenders in all of collegiate. They have some of the best rotations that we've seen. We saw it on Sunset, right? The amount of times that Stony Brook would have to hit into a site with 3 people or more, it was tragic. And the retakes that Maryville were able to do were just beautiful. Well, now script is flipped. You opted for this attack on Maryville's pick of Lotus. What can you get done? I think before we even get to that, we have to talk about agents, surely.
Yeah, we do. And Maryville, like you said, no stranger to Lotus, and also no stranger to all of the different comps that have come out to Lotus. But it seems like they eventually settle on, once again, another double controller setup with that Viper and that Omen. They've been flipping out the rest of the composition between Yoru and Raze, but I think at this point, Yoru is really strong on a map like Lotus, so I expect them to bring that out. Ren's being that very tricky player. As we take a look at the composition now, it looks like they're going to bring the Raze instead.
And I think it makes more sense, right? Yoru, typically, you want another duelist in there to be a little bit more quick on their feet in terms of the dive potential. So you opt against it. You go back to this double controller comp. You want the Raze for the firepower to get Rens into the action as fast as possible. The thing that interests me a lot is going to be this kind of force of Rookie on the Neon for Stony Brook. We know that this is an agent that he prefers to play anyways. But the question is, you know, when it comes to, you know, that head-to-head of Giza versus Big Tonka T, you know, what does that setup look like with a Raze at your side versus a Neon?
Yeah, and it's going to be very interesting to see how these 2 teams are going to try and fight this. You're going to see Stony Brook University trying to play default a little bit. We already see Majestic kind of lurking up over onto that Rebel side. The attack's going to come out, and Majestic's going to be able to open the door. Gunny gets the first pick onto Renz there, and that's a lot of control being taken right now on the side of the Seawolves. But Chloric to trade out Rookie. Your dive is down. Chloric gets the crossfire once again onto Majestic, and now the crossfire is just a little too much for the Seawolves to deal with. Abel picking up the spike here. Massive damage being done by Giza, and the running swing to come out to take control of that spike. Now Big Tonka T trying to go through Breakable. They do have a 1v4, finds the lucky shot through the smoke and tries to get a second one, but Giza there to close out. So early round win coming out from the side of Maryville.
And it's just the powerhouse of Giza showing up. Huge 3K on this Vise. You know, we thought maybe Stony Brook would have a great opportunity, but with that early Arc Rose destroyed by Ange, it completely cripples the initial play to go out towards down. So the quick pivot towards A main. Problem is, that's where Maryville are all stacked up.
Yeah. And it makes things difficult because even though Maryville lost that first pick, we have the stats here. They convert their 4v5s 30% of the time. That's not an easy thing to do, Angel.
No, not at all. And you can see, look at the positioning they have. Ren's all the way up towards this A main arch. Oh, this could be tragic. Screwface gets to go pushing as well. Oh, just Stony Brook in a box. And eventually, Renz and Ange will be able to take an opening slurry of picks. Go ahead, no scope him, why don't ya, Screwface? Giza sprays him down at the end, and for Maryville, that's a flawless start to this map.
Do it again.
Yeah, and there's a lot of competitive weaponry that they're bringing into the next round there. You see the Outlaw, the Guardian, both with that one-tap potential. It looked like they were trying to do a bit of a bait play coming out from the Seawolves to try and put the stack over towards that A side. Unfortunately, they just didn't have the weapons to deal with it. Now, they do have that advantage, but Big Tonka T's got to be careful. They can't be the first one out, because if they run right into that Outlaw, Ainge is going to use that thing like an operator and take them out. The wall's going to come out. Rookie able to get the slide through over onto Rubble. But there's so much stall that comes out from Maryville with this composition. Like we said, they have the double controller. They can just throw their smokes willy-nilly because you'll have the recharges in time. We're going to have to see just how Stony Brook decides to deal with this.
Yeah, especially because it's not like you have a lot of, you know, destructive utility. It's very hard to find your way through all of that Vise utility, the Viper utility.
Yeah. Ooh, big pick coming out from Abel. immediately traded out though by Ainge. So
And the
4v4.
problem is that's the Omen smoke's gone, so it really limits where on the map you can hit, and that's why you can see Ange not moving from this A position.
Smoke's gonna come over onto that C side just in case Giza needs a little bit of assistance. But the stack still leaning towards that A side. Rookie able to find the pick onto Ainge. This should open up the site a little bit, but the hit's actually gonna come from B. Execution timing maybe a little bit early. Chloric never really fully rotated, so they have all the information that they need at this point.
Yeah, the big fight is going to be Renz over by the door. Will be able to pick up that Vandal if he needs to, but you know, C-Link, this is being held, and with Gunny taking that kill onto Giza, it means that 2v4 gets that much harder, and Majestic holds for Renz this entire time. It's now all up to this single fade in Chloric. A 1v3, Crossfire being held. Rookie won't even get the chance to take the fight because Majestic's got them, and Stony Brook, it's at least something on the board early.
Yeah, and if I'm Maryville, I'm still pretty happy with that round. Took down 2 weapons and knocked off 2 more shields on top of that. So major reinvestment coming out from the side of Stony Brook here. As you can see, Guardian in hand, Light Shield in hand. It's going to be a little bit difficult to try and deal with this composition that Maryville is bringing with lower HP. And we see that Stony Brook playing a little bit slower, not aggressing onto sites like they normally have, and that may have put Maryville into a low for a split second as they were able to find the picks that they need.
Now that Red Kill economy has been situated,
Spike down
it's back to the kill economy, and Renz able to go again 1-for-1, take out the information gathering, right? You take care of Gunny, no more fade utility.
Makes it that much more difficult to run to double controller. Head-to-head matchup, Giza takes down Tonka T, maintaining that mound control. So both extremities on Lotus being controlled right now by the Saints. As we see the support from Screwface is there as well. Jump Peak's gonna come out, the paranoia comes through as well, and immediately Viper's Pit to try and protect Giza. Crossfire is so strong right now, but in the end, it is the Seawolves that are able to win out that fight. Now 2v2, they should have control of the site. They're playing very patient, as if they already expect Maryville to be here.
Shadows traveling.
And to be fair, Chloric almost is here, and you do have Ange on that flank, going to be in very similar positions.
Bring them
They have a
down.
Prowler to work with. That's at least a little bit of information that they know one is Ben. And that's the paranoia out.
Player standing.
Table goes down, and now it's all up to Majestic in a 1v2. And sure, he's gotten 3, but with 1 bullet left for either side, Ange shoots first, and Maryville claims a third.
1 in the chamber, 1 to the head. Ainge winning out that round. That looked a little bit dangerous on the side of Maryville University. Able to finish up the gun round, and pretty good execution, if you ask me, on the side of Stony Brook. They played together, even though they were able to win out on that mound. They just didn't have the necessary crossfires. I don't think they were exactly expecting the pinch play coming out from Maryville University, as Ainge taking that long flank. Big ups on Chloric to not over peak and be over aggressive until it was the right time to do so.
Now for Stony Brook, it's Stinger Simulator.
Retrieving
Very popular
flash.
hit game. Maryville
The
just got
NA buy.
opportunity- Oh yeah, and Maryville just got the opportunity to work towards those ultimates. Fall online.
Where are we?
Trying to get some poke damage with that Guardian. The door's going to be open. The stuns are going to come through, and the Stinger Rush proving successful, taking down the pick onto Screwface. Obviously, Maryville is going to try and close out here on that flank. All the Vi's utilities still online. Giza going to have to come up big here. Unable to find the pick that they need Rookie to trade out. So that's 2 weapons being converted over onto the side of Maryville. But look at the call. The rotation is going to come out because Big Tonka T has the A side.
Yeah, the only thing that's contested is Chloric here and Door, and
Ooh.
that's huge.
Stinger v Stinger. It's going to be Chloric to close out the Hound and the Prowler to come through to get that information. Spike's going to have to go through Tree to try and maintain that angle advantage. Gunny will be able to get the plant down. It's going to be a 2v3 retake
30
for
seconds left.
Maryville.
And the plant is the backside, so Nightfall will go through. That's going to be all 3 players. Decayed quite a bit. Now pressure's just on Renz. Has to be able to find those kills and immediately taken down. It means Stony Brook, they get to walk away, heads held high, and the game back to a 1-round difference.
Pretty much a thrifty vibe right there, right? And so,
Yeah.
as a Stinger player, I love the Stinger, but it is so hard to do so on that attack side, especially going C mound. You would think with a buy like that, the hit would come from B. And Maryville exactly thought that. If you look at their positioning, right, they set up to try and hold that B side, even trying to take poke damage through the door with that Guardian, but it was that quick call out to hit C instead that got those players on mound trapped.
You get caught off guard one time, and Stony Brook, they use it to their advantage perfectly. So now it's back to playing slow, right? You saw Stony Brook lean towards this idea on Sunset, and it did lead to a lot of early or mid-round success. But
I'm out of here.
it's not just about that. They need to convert it into the late rounds, and with a game plan of running into 3. And we know how deadly Maryville's aim is.
Ooh! Showstopper gonna come out. Ren's able to find one, but the trades are gonna be even all around. You're gonna see Seawolves try and maintain this control of Mount to protect those weapons, and it was the right call. Majestic coming out with 2 shots. They are gonna have the control over on that C side as Screwface is gonna try and get that late rotate. See if they can upgrade a weapon. We'll only have the Sheriff in hand. You do have an Ares though. That might help.
Oh yeah. You ever hear about the Screwface Ares 1v3?
It's legendary. I've only
Yeah,
heard
it
the
is.
rumors.
Well, so, you know, the thing is, he doesn't even start with the Sheriff. He actually originally had the Sheriff in hand, and everyone was like, oh, he's going to just do it with the Sheriff one-taps. But no. Swaps to the Ares because it's better to spray down. But that's in a world where he gets the kill onto Big Tonka T, so it's not this one. Instead, Stony Brook just get to tie us up at 3-all.
Yeah, and it's beautiful anti-eagle play coming out from the side of Stony Brook. You see they utilized that the haunt to clear out any close angles on mound, knowing that they may have lurked up to try and take these close range fights. Now the gun round back in play. It's going to be the tiebreaker, and this will be huge for Stony Brook if they're able to maintain this pressure and regain control of the attack side. The hit's now going to make noise over onto mid. But you see this rebel control coming out from the side of Maryville to try and force that extremity, push the Seawolves back here.
Again, it's Maryville. They have such strong A-main control. They don't really need to kind of go snooping out in mound. They don't need to go, you know, pushing out of front B. They can just let, you know, Stony Brook burn all their utility, working their way towards one of these 2 sites, and all Screwface really has to do is just sit back and look pretty.
Nightfall is going to come by, but that doesn't stop any of the sheer traps on the side of Giza. So they will stall the plant just a little bit, allowing Maryville to rotate here. Now the site has been had, but Screwface is going to find a first pick. They'll get banged out by Tonka T, and the Viper's Pit is going to come out for Maryville University, but it's not enough. Chloric to find the picks that they need. They're going to retake the fight. And now Big Tonka T finds themselves in the 1v3. Gonna spot out Renz, get the pick onto them. They know where Chloric is, and now Ainge has been found as well. They're gonna swing them, and they are able to get the pick. Maryville University gets the go-ahead round.
I don't know what it is about Ange on some of these swings, but he just feels unkillable today. Like,
Yeah.
he's just ready for those fights. And again, it's a round that was plunged into chaos, and Chloric and Renz just, they absolutely thrived, right? Majestic tries to throw out that Viper's Pit, get a little bit of safety, and it's sprayed down by Chloric, and it just kind of leaves all of Stony Brook exposed and not ready at all for the retake in suit.
Yeah, Hinch playing a phenomenal game today. On that last map, he went 16-9-8. Now you see, once again, this early Rebel push. And just walking in there with the shotgun. And Majestic gets a judge to the face. Gunny will be able to trade out, though, but the damage is done. That's the Viper down. So any lurk plays that they may try to use onto that A side has already been taken out by Maryville.
Yeah, and, you know, normally you're like, all right, just 1-for-1 trade, but that's that Viper gone. Majestic not going to be able to help by lurking out on the map anymore. So, got 4 players left. You want to try and hit this B site. Maybe eventually a quick rotate to C, but Giza will be here, and one thing about Giza, he is a shooter.
Oh yeah, for sure. Now you see the traps being activated. This is going to force the Seawolves to hold their spots, allowing Giza to sidestep that paranoia, but the Guardian is just not enough able to get the trade on that slide. Screwface with a nasty flick to take down Tonka T, evening up the numbers here. Plant is going to put down. Smoke's going to have to protect these players from Bend so that they can rotate out and get the crossfires that they need. Rookie and dangerous HP. Floric trying to get the peek from Waterfall. Will find a pick on the Gunny, and the Paranoid's going to come out. Luckily, the wall is there, but it's not enough. Screwface pushing the agenda, finding the picks that they need. 3 for Screwface, 5 on the board for Maryville.
And again, these Maryville retakes just look so good. It's all discipline. Screwface just sits, waits for that paranoia to come through from Ange, and reminder that Ange paranoia was perfectly placed to blind up Rookie, and the round just completely falls apart for Stony Brook after that.
Yeah. And I think you...
He could just go in and completely dominate.
And I think you pointed out something really crucial earlier, was the lack of any destructive utility. They don't have somebody like Raze to destroy any of these traps that Giza is setting down. And so he can just sit pretty on the site by himself the entire time.
Yeah, it buys so much time for the rest of Maryville to rotate over. And we'll see how that comes into play when the sides switch and the Raze is on the attack. But for now, Maryville, this is a chance again, technically, to take 9-3. I don't know if it's going to get that far yet, but...
Yeah, it's pretty rough if you're the Seawolves, because they maintain so much control on Rebel that you're almost forced to go C. Now, this time, they're taking the fight onto mid, and Giza and Ren's already waiting for a 3-stack strong over onto that mid side. Now, they're going to try and aggressively push out to see if they can get any more picks, and they do. All that's left now is able, for a split second, Giza taking them down 6-3 Maryville.
All that was left was death, destruction, and despair in wake of that Maryville push down B main. And this is a timeout from Stony Brook that feels mandatory, right? You're down 6-3, you just lost 3 rounds in a row after what was a pretty back and forth opening display from both of these teams, but it just feels like Maryville needed a second to find their footing.
Yeah, and if you take a look at the defensive setup from Maryville, they're pushing 3 strong on mound almost every time, except for that last round where they finally had the read on that the Seawolves will be pushing B. But because of that lack of destructive utility, they can't push back on A mound, and they can't destroy traps on C. So the only thing left that they can do is try to hit B there. The few times that they were able to win the rounds, Angel, was a B to C fake. I feel like that's going to be what they're going to try once again, but it's not easy when you have Giza sitting there.
Not at all. And what you're going to notice about this C main, the C mound area, is going to be that you have to try and disrupt any sort of early aggression. And that's so difficult to do when you have Arc Roses from Giza, and you have one-ways that are being placed by Ange, Screwface just randomly pushing out of C at random points. You don't know what to expect from Maryville. So whatever you do, you just have to make sure that you're prepared for your game plan. But Screwface...
Screwface said, screw your game plan. I'm going to get a collab kill immediately. Rookie will get the pick onto Ange, but once again, having to deal with that Arc Rose. And Giza, the rest of the Seawolves just sitting ducks, and Giza just going to swing out and get the picks that they need. Screwface there to protect them as well. And, man, whatever game plan that the Seawolves were trying to do there, I don't think that was the true push, because they didn't have the weapons that they needed, so they would try and get some eco damage. Now, the buy's still a little bit weak, but I think this is the play that they called the timeout for.
I wish we were able to see that play from Screwface, because fun fact, what that was Screwface turning the Vise Flash from Big Tonka T, turning that Arc Rose, immediately whipping his camera back around 180, straight onto the heads of both of those Stony Brook players.
Yeah, shades of that diving jet that he's so well known for. Showstopper's gonna come by and find 2. Ren's getting the early picks. 3K, 4K for Ren's, and Ainge steals the ace, and it's just a flawless round coming out from the Maryville Saints.
Last round before
And
the
that
switch.
was a Ren's masterclass. Yet again, we saw him go absolutely nuclear on Sunset, and we're seeing similar shades here on Lotus. Off of the ultimate, another 4K, sends that showstopper in at the perfect time, and then is able to just completely capitalize by spraying down another 2. Beautiful 4K, and it's still Maryville have a ton of ultimates to work with in this last round, including that Viper's Pit.
Now, early aggression coming out off to that B Rebel again. I do like this fight coming out from the side of the Seawolves. Don't give up anything. Rose Garden is going to be invested to try and push back Maryville University. They should have some control over on the site, but the rotations have already come through. 3 players of the Saints over here trying to protect that A side. The plan's going to try and go down towards the backside here. A clear drop. Gunny, so aware of the late flank. The Nightfall is going to come through from the side of Maryville, but there's no one to capitalize on it. So many angles now being held from the Seawolves. Chloric aware that there may be one late lurking. Awareness is not enough, though. You also have to hit the shots. Big Tonka T finds the pick. Now it's up to Ainge and Giza to see if they can pull off any heroics. The shots were just not there from the side of Maryville. And that early aggression from the Seawolves able to close out a 4th round for them before the half ends.
And that, not only is that a huge round for Stony Brook just in terms of momentum, in terms of the ability to inspire some confidence, but also that was a round where Maryville had 3 very big ultimates, right? Nightfall, you had a Steel Garden that was available, you had a Viper's Pit, and Maryville just didn't use them. Right? Stony Brook was able to find value in the round before Maryville felt comfortable enough to commit those ultimates. And so now it's an opportunity for them, right? Clean slate after you win a very, very difficult round. New half, back to the defense, square one.
Yeah, and this is going to be the real test for Stony Brook. On a map like Lotus, it is very T-sided. Do they have what it takes to maintain the site long enough for the rotations to come through? You see now Big Tonka T getting that early pick onto Screwface, bringing the numbers to their side, but he has to give up the site for that, and there will be a 1v1 between Big Tonka and Giza on this late flank. You see Tonka trying to clear out Rebel too. Ainge in this area heard the door break. There's going to be a double swing, support from Rookie, but Ainge to get the kill as well. Now Gunny on the Seawolf side, finding the pick onto Renz, and there's just so much information being held by Tonka. Snakebite's gonna come through to try and get the defuse, but Chloric in this 1v2 finds the first pick onto Abel. He's just gonna try and play the time. The smoke's gonna come down to try and cover the diffuser, and the ghost just does not do enough damage through the box there. Tonka T finally getting that pick onto Chloric, and that positioning from Tonka was huge. They just had so much anxiety being built up by Saints from him just standing there after getting that first pick onto Screwface.
Yeah, and that's that value that a big kind of name player like Big Tonka T can bring to this team. Is as soon as you get that one pick, you just stay alive, and the amount of concern that you're gonna pull away from the rest of your team and onto yourself is huge, and that's what was able to bring that site back under Stony Brook control.
And now we see Stony Brook building confidence, taking that A main Rebel control. This is gonna force the Saints to push over onto that C side. A quick jiggle peek from Giza in the running.
way.
Shorty finds the picks. The Dade somehow protecting Majestic there, but they has a stinger in hand. Has to try and play this distance, but Giza finding 2 kills with the Shorty is just diabolical. The plan's gonna go down for Maryville University as the rotations are gonna come through. The Seawolves need to try and figure out a way to win this 3v4 retake.
A Shorty and a Marshall is all that Maryville needed to take this site. Stony Brook, they don't have the numbers, they don't have HP.
Weaponry maybe not even there at this point either. Rookie having the judge, won't be able to find anything, and Ren's make it work with that Marshall there. Gunny's gonna try and fake tap the spike with 4 bullets, finds the pick, classic in hand, gets the kill on to Giza, but they're 10 HP. Screwface heard it, and it's just an easy shot from Mount there. That's a thrifty round coming out from the side of the Saints.
It is so close though, but Stony Brook just can't get that round across the line, and out of all the rounds you could have lost, that's the worst one to let slip through the cracks. You can see it. There's an Odin in the hands of Chloric right now because of how much money Maryville had, and on the other side, a couple sheriffs, a ghost.
This is rough. It's tough to give up that second round after you maintain that pistol advantage. We're gonna see this pushback from the Olden to try and maintain that Rubble control, something that we didn't see Stony Brook do, right? To try and control Rubble, as you see Chloric getting the spam kills through the wall. Now double satchels are gonna go right in with 2 right clicks. They get the pig, able a consolation kill, but that's all they're going to get, as Maryville University doing a strong push onto that Rebel side. Now Big Tonka T with a huge flank, but does not have the weaponry to back it up at this point.
Just getting sprayed down too. At this point, to see what Majestic can find, the answer is not much.
Yeah.
And Maryville, it's back to double digits for them. And this is a what feels like open and shut case. You just have to hope that Stony Brook, with these rifles, with this Nightfall available from Gunny, can get something to happen. Because the magic that we were seeing on Sunset earlier, it's not coming to be at all like we were seeing before, right? Maryville, they're using these opening rounds perfectly, and they're manipulating the map exactly as they want to.
Yeah, and this time, the push once again towards that A side, and it's just Big Tonka T by themselves. Unfortunately, with that Odin in play, they're unable to take any space over on that A side, and we'll have to force PV fall back. Now, you see the Razorvine being destroyed from that destructive utility we talk about. The execution is going to come now. The rotates are going to come from Seawolves, but can they do it in time?
I mean, the shear's gone up, so it's going to pause the execute for a little bit longer. The problem is, Stony Brook, the 2 people you have enough. Big Tonka T thinks so. Quick 2 takes out Chloric and Ange, looking for more though as Giza gets the trade. It does mean that Abel has to step up, be that second player alongside Big Tonka T. And now Screwface, a 1v3 to try and continue the run for Maryville.
Tough task in front of Screwface right now. Baits up the first shot, able to find a pick and stay alive. Plenty of time to work with still. 40 seconds, but they don't have control of the spike. They're gonna try and bait the noise over onto that tree door and flank on the other side. Both players of the Evils watching the same angle. Gonna switch off now as they hear the footsteps being made by Screwface, but there's just not enough information for Screwface. They don't know where these 2 players are posted up. Guessing that they're going to be backside, but angle being held by Abel. And that's a huge round coming out from the Seawolves off the heroics of Big Tonka T and Abel.
Yeah, and it's the 2 of them hand in hand to bring Stony Brook back into this game. And they're at the top of the leaderboard for a reason, right? Abel and Big Tonka T, the 2 players we highlighted for Stony Brook coming into today, showing themselves in this crucial moment to deny a clean sweep for Maryville in this half. It's a reinvestment that's forced in by the Saints, and you can see Chloric still going to have that Odin, still going to be a force to reckon, but it's a glimmer of hope for Stony Brook.
Rookie able to push up strong on the Rubble, but it doesn't matter. Maryville gets the first picks, but immediately traded out coming out from the Seawolves. They maintain Rubble control, but they gave up entirely the B site. So the plant is going to go down now on this 2v2 retake. Sheer Guarded already being invested, but Chloric making the rotations all the way to the C side. This gives the Seawolves some difficulty having to rotate here. If Giza can find the pick on the Rookie, he hears all the noise, should get the backstab.
Face your fear.
He'd be trying to find some more information. Haunt's gonna come out, and Rookie unaware of any potential lurks. Is it a knife? Want to see the knife? Oh, okay. No knife coming out that time, and this is going to make things difficult for Able to try and clutch this out. They will be able to shadow step across the angle, but the high-low being held by Chloric and Giza right now. He finds one! Unable to find the other. Chloric closes out, but look at the HP. Angel, 18 HP. That could have gone the other way so easily.
Just maybe a slightly different trajectory on that last bullet, and all of a sudden we're talking about a Stony Brook 7th. But no, Maryville gets up to 11. But it was costly, right? And it was off the back of that A main push between, you know, actually 4 players from Stony Brook. Rookie with that judge, able to find huge value on 2 to open up the round. And, you know, like we said, it was just those very small moments at the end in that 2 that was able to find value. But quick play for Maryville out towards B. Big Tonka T, you are in danger, my friend.
Yeah, they're gonna have to fall back off of this showstopper. Breakable door not broken. It is now, but that is full control of the B site. Screwface will find a pick onto a Rookie as well. The Rose Garden gonna come out now. Chloric has the shorty in hand, but it's not enough against the Stinger. Renz trying to use the paint shells to push back the plant. As we see now, it's gonna be a 4v4 retake with the backstab coming out from Able, finding 2. All of a sudden, it's just Screwface left in this 1v4, and what looked like an easy round from Maryville off of that execute quickly gets dismantled by the Seawolves as they put up their 7th.
Yeah, and you know, like you said, it was that initial play, the layered take of the execute, followed by the lurk from Maryville over towards Rubble and A main to really shut down Stony Brook. They guarantee that opening pick, and we know what Maryville can do in these post plants, but Stony Brook decided, you know what? Let's just add another layer onto this and retake Rubble. Retake that extra space outside of the site to make sure that when it's time for us to defuse, it's that much better. And that backstab from Able comes in huge. And now, for the first time, it feels like throughout this series, Maryville forced down to an eco. Sheriffs across the board, hoping for just maybe a little bit of magic of their own with like a Screwface post-play. Viper's Pit situation.
And Gunny using that big Gunny over on tree side, trying to get some spray damage, but somehow none of the bullets hit. Maryville still walking through tree with full HP here. Sheriff's in hand. Big Tonka T's gonna try and swing, and they find the pick that they need. Spike as well. The Viper's Pit has been invested, but it doesn't cover the spike. So they still have to try and recover it, and there's massive damage coming out from Gunny on tree. Finds the pick with the Odin. Haunt's gonna come out, but it's not gonna ping anybody here. And as you can see, only 3 players left on the side of Maryville. Ainge finding that heaven angle. See if they can win that fight. They find the pick, but immediately gets traded out. So this is gonna make things a lot more difficult for Renz and Screwface. They only have Sheriffs in hand, and they still have to retrieve the spike.
Yeah, and it's not like they have a ton of utility to work
Last
with.
player standing.
Not at their backs either, and now with Able taking out that Viper's Pit, only so much that Renz could do before death was at his door. So, for Stony Brook, I mean, this is a real chance to make some magic happen.
And like you said, this honestly feels like the first time in this series that the momentum is on Stony Brook's side. Finally stringing together the 2 rounds that they need. And now the guns are going to come out. But in the last couple of rounds, it really felt like Stony Brook had a read on the sites that Maryville wants to hit. Wherever they were going, the defensive stack was there, Angel.
Information gained for Stony Brook. C Mound also secured for the Seawolves. For Maryville, there's still so much more that they can do, especially on the attacking side off the execute. A main seems to be the objective now. They've already conquered Rubble.
A lot of trick plays coming out though.
Yeah, I mean, look at this push through attacker spawn for Stony Brook. Gunny has to fall off B, so the site's given over. It's going to be that full retake, 5 alive, both sides.
The shear wall is going to be tripped as well by Rookie. So they're going to try and get this flank here. Renz is going to swing and engage, but there's 2 there. Meanwhile, Big Tonka T able to open the door and get the crossfire to at least trade out 1. But the numbers on the side of Maryville University here unable to find anything. or even help Gunny on the trade up. But Big Tonka T stays winning their engagements. 2v2 now. Screwface just gonna take down one. And Big Tonka T up against Screwface now. 1v1 has the flash that they need. They're gonna tap the spike, and it's just enough of a flash. Big Tonka T now trying to jiggle out these runs. This fake bite onto the spike, and there's just not enough time despite whatever heroics that they have been doing. Screwface is gonna win the round just solely based off the utility.
Oh, that hurts. The spike planted in just the right spot.
Match point.
Big Tonka T can't even save the gun.
And match point now too, and this is gonna make
Yeah.
things pretty difficult. They still have a very competitive buy here, and they have 3 ultimates to work with, right? You got the Viper's Pit and the Overdrive, but Ruki has just been struggling a little bit so far. There's just so much utility on the side of Maryville that's able to push them back and kind of crowd control the map.
The problem is that Stony Brook is gonna save this Viper's Pit for a retake, so you have to hope that you see to live it.
Oh,
And Ruki able to go 1-for-1, but not much more than that. Trade still falling every which way, but Giza shows up at the perfect time. 3 kills over towards Rubble, guarantees a 1v2. We asked for heroics from Big Tonka T in the last round.
My ult is ready.
Well, now it really is crunch time.
no better time to cross your T's than now. If you're Big Tonka 1v2, this is going to be match point on the line. And they have to go up against Giza, who's been killing it so far. Tonka has been making some big plays so far. They're going to try and slowly clear out the angles, and has no idea where the setup is coming out from the side of Maryville. One's going to be posted up in tree, but there's not a lot of time to work with if you're Tonka. They're going to find Chloric, and they will get the pick. The flash is going to come out, and the Rose Garden as well. They may have to try and push this, but it's a classic in hand, and somehow he wins out.
No,
but there's just
no
not enough
time.
time. You win the battle, but you lose the war. Maryville University will close out Lotus 13-8.
And that is just a heartbreaking way for Stony Brook to lose that map. But all things considered, right? It was a 2-0. Maryville, they looked phenomenal.
Yeah.
But this was a Stony Brook team that again, to start out the semester, we were expecting, you know, like top 6 would be a stretch for them.
Yeah.
But now in 3 weeks, they've turned around from, oh, top 6 is a stretch to they have a real shot at being top 4 when all things are said and done. And I think that this has done nothing but strengthen that idea, especially considering how many close rounds there were in this series and just how close that game on Lotus really was.
Yeah, I mean, if you really go back, right, and you look round per round, let's talk about Lotus at first. Maryville, when they run defense on Lotus, Vrens has an operator basically every single round on defense, but they were unable to do that because Stony Brook was just able to take these rounds so close. It was, like you said, always 1v1. Even in that last round that we just saw, it was down to a 1v1. So they were unable to ever build up that economy despite winning rounds back to back. Same thing kind of happened here on Lotus as well. Maryville was never really able to build up that economy. There were so many rounds where there was just kind of like half shotguns, half rifles, and it really gave Stony Brook a chance to keep fighting back and clawing back up. This was what we expected to see sort of on that Sunset side, a much closer game, and we got that, even to the point where I really started to believe that they were able to maintain control on that defensive side. And Tonka, honestly, at the end, winning out that battle, it just wasn't enough time to work with, man.
No, and that is what was, you know, tragic for Stony Brook. But there also needs to be something to be said about the fact that, you know, Maryville missing a powerhouse in Wildfire, you still saw this level of kind of stepping up from not only Giza, who we expected to be phenomenal in the series, but also Renz, who's been, you know, in moments and has had kind of series where he'll go a bit cold. This was not one of those cases. This was Renz firing on all cylinders, and this is, if there was a definition of Renz in peak form, I think this is pretty close to that idea.
Yeah, and shout out to Screwface as well, filling in that initiator role so well, not being overly aggressive when they've used to play that duelist position. And this was just a well-oiled machine coming out from Maryville. I don't think that all of those rounds that they were dropping, they were playing at their best. It was just Stony Brook able to bring out that next level and really bring it this close.
Yeah, and unfortunately, being that close is just not enough at the end of the day to guarantee a win. So not Winthrop. Oh my goodness, I'm getting ahead of myself. Way, way ahead of myself. Maryville continue the undefeated streak here in Division 1. And for Stony Brook, it's about another day getting yourself to that even scoreline. And while that does bring a close to this first best of 3, Jackson, there is one more best of 3 that will be covered. It's going to be Boise State versus West Virginia in just a little bit. And I'm just as excited as you are about that match. And so if you're watching at home, don't touch that mouse, don't touch that keyboard, because that last best of 3 for week 3 of Division 1 will be up right after this.
Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps
And from Maryville, talking us through that best of 3 against Stony Brook. Admittedly, a closer Lotus than some would have expected coming into today. But, first and foremost, Ange, how are we feeling on this fine Monday evening?
Feeling good, right off the win. Everyone's happy. Just glad to be able to play, honestly.
And I believe this was the first time, actually, that you guys played up against Stony Brook. So what was the preparation like for this matchup?
I think we kind of just focused more on ourselves, kind of getting our own stuff down. Not too much more than that, to be honest.
I mean, that makes sense. I kind of wanted to talk a bit about, kind of the substitute shenanigans that happened this week with, Wildfire not being available, Screwface coming in. I know that, a lot of the guys on the team have played with him already throughout, the years of experience that you all collectively have. So, was that kind of swap for Wildfire, Wildfire out, Screwface in, was that really that seamless, or was there, like an adjustment period that you guys had to go through?
It's pretty seamless, to be honest. He kind of just picked up the roles we needed. It wasn't that much of a struggle to kind of get Kyle in there. So, yeah, it's nice and easy.
And as the collegiate champions of last year, you guys were definitely the favorites coming into the matchup. But was there any point where things started to look a little scary, considering how close the rounds really were? I mean, there was multiple rounds that came down to 1v1, if not just a chance bullet.
Yeah, I think on Lotus we kind of let it slip away a little bit. So we, dialed it in, got together, started doing stuff together, peeking together, kind of just made sure we could close it out properly. We got that done.
Okay, so at the end of week 1, right, there was an interview with one of you guys, and the question was asked, like, who is like one of like the underdog teams to watch out for, and the answer that was given was Stony Brook. So I want to kind of ask, now that you guys have taken that win against them here in the fall, where do you see Stony Brook ending up, in terms of like that, top 4, top 6, top 8 kind of placement?
I won't lie. I think this was kind of one of the easier games we've played so far. So I think we had the higher expectations, but that doesn't mean they can't, bring it back from how it's going right now. So we could see. It's up to them.
All right, Ange.
All right.
I want to.
And how was it playing without Wildfire this week? I know it seemed like a last-minute substitution. Did that throw a wrench in anything?
I wouldn't say so. I think Tyson would always bring the energy a lot for us, and then Kyle was able to slip in and do the same thing. So it wasn't too much of a difference.
Okay. I want to real quick give you the opportunity, the floor, if you want to shout out anyone watching at home, any teammates. I know, some of the league guys are like right behind you as well. So,
yes,
give you the opportunity, shout out whoever you want. The floor is yours. The mic is yours, my friend.
Shout out to my girlfriend, my parents for watching, my teammates for playing. Adam in the background, just listening, waving. There you go. Yep, there you go.
All right. W. Ange, thank you so much for showing up, giving us your thoughts, and congrats again on the win. We'll let you go do your homework.
Yes.
As we all must do. And so that brings us here. Post-interview, I know I teased it a little bit, but Jackson, West Virginia versus Boise State is going to be up next, and it's going to be our final best of 3 here for week 3 of Division 1 in the fall. Do you want to give any quick little thoughts before we head off to a break?
Not too many spoilers. I'm definitely looking forward to this matchup. West Virginia being a powerhouse, a stable powerhouse throughout their collegiate careers. But Boise State has been making lots of changes throughout the years and been making improvements. So I really do think that we're going to have a great matchup coming up next.
All right. You heard it here first from Jackson. When we return, it's going to be that final best of 3. Don't go anywhere. You're not going to want to miss it.
Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct
Welcome back, everyone, to Division 1, Week 3. We got our second match. I'm new here, guys. Hi, I'm Lemon Kiwi, but Jackson is a familiar face. Nice meeting you. We got a good day today.
Yeah, absolutely. Super excited for this matchup coming up right now. Also super excited to be here casting once again for Division 1 Valorant. We've been seeing some really, really good production coming out from this league.
Yeah, and West Virginia, Boise will be our next match. Super excited for this one. I mean, who do we kick it off on first? I mean, I guess I'll start with Boise because, man, just some of the compositions they've been going through have been so interesting to me. I mean, my eyes are on someone like Master, who I feel like fits the name. Yoru all day, all night. I mean, that's been the best looks from Boise we've seen is when Master is on Yoru, and he's the master of it, right?
Absolutely. And Boise has always been a team that has been really competitive in the collegiate scene. They seem to fall short a little bit every year, but this time around, having a completely new core. Well, no, they're keeping the same core, but having two new players coming in to the team that have been making a lot of noise. This is a team that plays together quite well, despite being relatively new. So I do expect to see big things coming out of Boise State today.
Absolutely. I mean, this varsity program has been around for 8 years, guys. If you have watched like any other esport, mainly like League of Legends and Rocket League, like Boise are such a good program at uplifting and really developing players. And Valorant is still trying to do that within CVAL, as you mentioned, from CECC. And then the program got actually implemented in the Boise State Athletics. So now the entirety of the university is recognizing the success of Boise, and they're hoping to find that here today.
And their esports center is absolutely beautiful. And hopefully we'll see them do well today. But they have a tough opponent that they have to go up against. It is West Virginia University, a powerhouse, honestly, in the CVAL scene. But they do also seem to just fall out of the top four every year. This time, however, starting off Division 1, super strong. I mean, we take a look at the players that from before. Person to highlight definitely is Yearn, leading the league right now in terms of kills, coming into week 3 with 91 kills by themselves and just on the Sentinel role. Lemon.
Ooh, like let them cook. And I mean, let this whole program cook. I love when a program not only just has great direction, but they bring in experienced people, like having a former professional player in Churms kind of assist in a lot of the coaching. And again, they're also involved in CVAL and NACE and are pretty high up there, especially winning that South Conference final. So I would say that West Virginia just look like the favorites, I guess, just based on recent results. But Boise has been around the block for a while, and I think they're really starting to settle in on compositions that make the most sense for them.
Absolutely. And if we taking a look at the statistics, well, first let's go to the head-to-head. All right, we have Skelesis right here with a pretty high KDR and a high delta as well, coming in at 25.3. But the stat that I really want to highlight is that kill and assist ratio at 77%. Boise actually have 3 players in the top 10 for that stat. And this just shows how well that these players play together. Meanwhile, on the side of West Virginia, we have Excite here with maybe not the most exciting stats, but it's kind of hard to do that when you have a powerhouse player like Yearn that really eats up all of those stats, leading the league in kills, leading the league in KD. It's absolutely insane. So it's going to come down to which team can hold out better. Can Boise continue their cohesion on their attack to really force West Virginia to change up their game plan?
That's the thing. And Excite, I mean, he puts MVP in his tag for a reason, okay? He's very often the top of those kills, playing a lot of the Sova, the Teo, and really different things, matching with his fellow Breach player in Inox. And then Skelesis, I mean, it's just really following the meta, right? Of Fade, the Sova. I really love the Fade in this meta, especially. But then I've been hearing whispers. I don't know, are you hearing the same thing? That more Sentinels, the better? I feel like we're entering a Sentinel kind of meta.
Yeah, I think so. We're seeing a lot of teams kind of lean heavy on these Sentinel players. We take a look at Giza on that last map, also leading the I think third or fourth in the league in kills. And it's really what we're seeing is a lot of aggressive push coming out from the other side of the map to force the attacking team into those sentinel traps. And the duelist used to be the highlight role, right? But now it seems like we're really relying on your sentinel to just solo anchor a site, and they really expect them to kill sometimes even 3 of the attacking team by themselves.
And for teams like West Virginia, I mean, their last appearances were in CVAL, and that was quite a few months ago. So mentioning things like Tejo, you'd be itching your head like, okay, that patch is gone now. Tejo is dead with it. But you know, some teams have liked to kind of switch things up, aka a team like Boise, where you look at kind of the duelist role has swapped. They like to implement the double duelist with even a Waylay. I think they're very much inspired by what they see and what's being played in Champs right now, which is a lot of Waylay too.
Yeah, and that Waylay is a agent that is still being worked out, but so far it seems like they found a nice place in the meta. They are usable. And if we take a look at the map picks here, we see now that the first map coming up is Haven. Now, Boise State tends to struggle a little bit on Haven historically, but so far in Division 1 Val, they actually lead the league in attack win percentage at an astonishing 85%, which makes sense when you look at their players with that high KAST. And the fact that they're able to start on attack on a map like Haven, I think this is going to be a very, very close match. If not, Boise State might even be able to steal one away from West Virginia right here.
And I've just never seen like a Yoru Waylay on a map like Haven, so they're gonna show us how it's done. I mean, a lot of the challengers meta, at least where I come from, it's the Yoru and the ISO. So I like that Boise can kind of take the talent that they have and what their preferences and where their comfortabilities are and work a play style around that. Because sometimes forcing a player who's not a jet player or not something else into an uncomfortable role, it can really throw them off. It's sometimes best to just kind of make the meta up as you go, which is, I mean, Collegiate is a great scene to do that.
Yeah, and especially if you're bringing something that's kind of off meta, teams are not prepared to deal with that, right? In West Virginia, like we said, they've done their homework for a lot of the matchups, but double dive with a tricky player like Yoru, it may be really difficult for a single sentinel to just kind of hold that site. So what I really want to see coming out from West Virginia as well is to make sure their duelist player Thinks is really able to stay alive for as long as they can, because they do take a lot of early fights but oftentimes aren't able to convert those. And when they lose a player, West Virginia only converts about 42% of those rounds when they're down 4v5.
I know, like back in the day, A77 used to be the Sentinel, and now he's swapped. He's playing some Breach, and Yearn is going to be that Sentinel player. So you spoke of the importance of that Sentinel to hold that C site, kind of solo a lot of those times, and to try and hold back not one, but two duelists. The one thing about Waylay is that it can look really telegraphed the way that you dash in. So that can be how you can try to catch that person on the Waylay. Of course, they got the different characters going.
And also, sometimes Waylay kind of feels like a glorified Sova drone in the sense that you're kind of really stuck after you dash. But with the recent buffs, with the pullout weapons being a lot quicker, they might be able to make good work of this.
For now, Boise not going to waste any time. Deep drone at the backside, double dash on top of the box, and here's the follow through. The corners are guarded though by West Virginia. The refrac activated, Waylay back to safety, but the dust remains, and the corpse is left behind by Boise. They got the good information, but they need to clear these corners, and running out of bullets, the Waylay falls, and the pistol goes to West Virginia.
Yeah, pretty good execution coming out from the side of Boise State, kind of switching things up a little bit. You don't really see teams just kind of hard hit B on that first exec, but it makes sense when you have a player like Waylay who's really able to get as much information as they can safely. If you look at the setup from West Virginia, they played super patient. They just let the Waylay dash through and just kind of held the crossfire onto that B main site. So it may take a little bit more initiator utility to sort of push back those angles.
And Skies is the Waylay. I'll get it right. I'll learn some more languages. I'm not in university right now, though. But they're teaching us things every day. And okay, got a Guardian purchase from Yearn and poking and prodding through, maybe trying to respond to as soon as he hears an orb tap. It's going to make Boise regret it.
Yeah, this is exactly what we talk about. The game plan to try and figure out where Yearn is playing and just sort of rotate off. The problem with this is if you commit so much utility over onto that C site, it allows the rest of West Virginia to take map control. Now they're going to try and hit Garage, but there's already a stack waiting for them, Lemon.
I like the teleport in to just see if anyone is holding close door, but Boise just taking it one step at a time. Maybe thinking they rush through things, but when you're against an anti-eco, you're praying for things to go your way, but it's probably not, especially when you lose that early entry. Boise still have 2 inserted in Garage, and Guk seems something could be up. He's been smoked off, and then you have Yearn that's gonna go hunt, but he's been punished, so Boise still behind.
Yeah, instant trade out there from Master, and now Daimo has the opportunity to
30
close up
seconds
onto
left.
that C site, allowing them to have a safe control and plant over on that C site. 4v3 retake is going to come, and Paranoia used up early to try and push back the angles for a safe plant. They've only able to convert 1 weapon, though, over onto the side of Boise State.
And because of that C-long smoke, he can't play from main, so Boise's stuck. Master gets surrounded, conquered. You have that garage push. Boise need to get eyes on the spike. It's currently getting diffused, and it's a bit too passive. Daimyo is going to watch it all happen. You should definitely be trying to engage that, especially when you're against an anti-eco.
Yeah, and luckily they did end up dying. Otherwise, the economy would be pretty bad for Daimo if they were able to stay alive. Now the rifle buys are going to come out from Boise State, and we should expect this to swing a different way. But if you look at the buys that West Virginia still have, able to convert that outlaw over there and have a guardian, they can put up a fight here. Let's see if they're able to get a lot of damage to Boise State's economy in this bonus round.
Yeah, Guk is trying right now. Can carry a lot of these weapons into the bonus, so West Virginia very happy with how they're able to retake the C site last time off of a beautiful paranoia from Guk himself. Now knowing kind of the guardian shots from last round, Boise just very careful on how they approach C, and kind of a bark back from Master on that.
Yeah, but now if you take a look at what I mentioned earlier, if you convert so much utility over onto that C site, it allows West Virginia to really close up the map. You see the trap play already being set on A short, and Boise State may be aware of this, just have an inkling that some space may have been taken, so they're going to try and collapse over onto that B side, but it might not be advantageous for them when this is a bonus round for West Virginia.
Good time on A77, and the paranoia still had him blinded. Daimyo, that's a great trade. Equal numbers. Boise is going to pivot towards C. But now needing to protect Garage is a very important counter for Daimyo. But the blinds again, they're so well timed from Guk. But now at 30 HP, just the power of friendship will be what protects him. Boise now on the post plant will set up at the front, but no one is watching Garage. Now turning around will be Koss. But now a 1 versus 3 is about to get accosted, and it's going to be scary, but time may be on Boise's side. As West Virginia wait for the cage to diminish, and Boise will cut them at the heel and wait. Doubling their weight to numbers, Boise can pull this off. They have the firing squad in position, and they'll take their first rifle round.
Well done coming out from the side of Boise State. And these are players, like I mentioned, that have really high KST stats, which basically means they are in each and every single battle together. The team that swings together wins together, and we see that coming out from Boise State here. Despite being on a 2v3 disadvantage and having West Virginia University convert and upgrade those rifles, they played together, swung together, and were able to make sure every single fight was a 2v1 in their favor. Good job closing out that rifle round there, but here comes the real test. West Virginia also has upgraded rifles, and they need to make sure that they can convert this round as well.
Yeah, it's tough. Boise, I think, have still a Guardian purchased up, so it's not full rifles, but Boise, they turned around that. It's very awesome to see, but wait, just a shot through mid, through the back of Garage, and that's not good.
Yeah, huge shot coming out from Dinks, and this causes the main dive to really fall short coming out for the side of Boise State here. It's going to be a little bit more difficult to try and push back all of this utility by Yearn. We see the support come out from the fault line, and there's so much utility just forcing the rest of Boise State back. They haven't even been able to sniff the C site.
Urine is fearless for being a sentinel that close to a wall when you knew that the breach was in the nook. I think he was ready to accept his fate and had a lot of trust in his fellow breach of A77 back at the C site. So they're going to stay put. I like that Boise's working more of the map, though, to see if they can find a weaker site.
Yeah, using that cyber cage to kind of cut off information from Excite. You have to be careful of short here. And there's a little bit of anxiety in case somebody is flanking there. But luckily, Guk 107 able to support the paranoia, and the fall line is going to come through. But the smokes are so good coming out from the side of West Virginia.
Gonna be really chaotic, and Excite have a crossfire, and it's a double kill triple to put Boise to sleep, and it's just costs left with no time left either. West Virginia have one Sova to thank.
And that smoke coming out from Guk over on that short side, it's a smoke that's probably led by pro player Avova. This allows the defensive team to sort of just sit in that smoke pocket and wait for their teammates to rotate, and that's exactly what happened. They were able to get a crossfire over on short, and yes, Boise State did do their due diligence and clear short, but what they forgot was Excite being there as well, and they were able to get the 3K to really win out that rifle round for them.
Oh, West Virginia, they're getting confidence just front and center at B like that, but it allows you to kind of split to any site that you want now. Maybe hearing a drone or something from Boise, because the Sova here on Boise is gonna be the main guy to help you decide where you want to go, giving all that information.
And setting up two duelists to lurk over onto that A side, but weaponry just not on their side. We see the engagements being taken by Thinks. The smoke to cover up that A long angle as the rest of Boise State tries to work over onto the left side of the map.
Seems like Boise are operating really blind. They must not have a recon or a drone. And yeah, like you said, when you're running two duelists, you miss out on a possible initiator to help things out. So Boise are just going to have to go for contact plays, and Master does get pinged. Don't want to mess with Excite. He's already been such a strong player thus far. Boise off the paranoia, want to rush in, and this is where the Waylay double dash would have been huge to go and collapse on that blinded player, but Boise now step in maybe a little too slowly, allowed West Virginia to stabilize, and they just eradicated the push of this offense.
Ooh, and that was well done coming out from the players of West Virginia. Knowing that they have the range advantage, there's no reason to push up close. Just allow Boise State to kind of take the site, and you can take those fights from distance where your rifles will have the advantage. It looks like Boise State invested a lot into that round, so they still have to come into this with light shields, but you pointed out something really important, which is the lack of a second initiator coming out from the side of Boise State, which makes it difficult to clear these close angles. At this point, you kind of have to use that Cypher as kind of like a pseudo-initiator and use that spy cam to try and get any information on that close angles in order for the Waylays to kind of dash in and take those fights.
And start to condition West Virginia that backline pressure can come out from a Yoru TP to Waylay double dives, but the Hunter's Fury so early in the round is so interesting from West Virginia, and it somehow claims a kill. They must really know that Boise have a lot of mid-presence early. This claims a kill, but Daimyo finds an important trade, but now there's more numbers than they expected, and maybe off that information, Daimyo's life will still be worth it.
Yeah, trading out for that one player is super important, but this still funnels the rest of Boise State into the C-trap set by Yearn. We're gonna see the initiates come through and immediately setting up the Cypher cage. They'll swing into it and find one.
Great double dive, yeah, from Boise, and then I like that the rest of the team can be aware that there could be these close defenders, and Skies has a lot on his shoulders in a 1 versus 3, but when all the pins line up like that, of course you can strike it down. Oh, he clutches it out. What a round from Boise.
Oh man, and I don't even think that's to the fault of West Virginia at all. That was the right play. You kind of have that high-low setup, but you see Skies. Clearly, Sky is the limit, and they just broke past that, winning that 1v3 to clutch a very important round. It almost reverses the eco for West Virginia, but it's actually Boise State that still has to have this light buy coming into this 7th round.
Yeah, you need to get a lot of bang for your buck when you're running the 2 duelists. And Sky's one of the oldest players on the team, going for his masters. He's a veteran, and he's the leader. And you need your leader to pull off stuff like that to just bring the morale right back. And they cut the lead in half. Boise now infiltrate into Garage. Here is the Waylay ult. Not going to make connections, but it is going to put Urine in a tough position. He does not care. Back against the wall. He bites back against Boise. And now with the walls in position, West Virginia re-infiltrated in, and they've supported their defense, and Boise will have to pick another path, maybe.
Yeah, but they left Zasova with the spike over there at C Cubby, so it's not like they can exactly attack the other side of the map. Skelsis has the hour drone in hand to try and fake and execute, but West Virginia is not falling for it. There's just too much information and so much site control that West Virginia have right now.
Boise's just trying to cut noise and make it look like they left, and Daimyo's lurking around, creating openings at Garage, and West Virginia now concentrate their paranoia and their utility towards Garage, leaving an opening for Boise to step up, creep up, not even making any noise, stomping towards the back of the site. Urine has stepped away from his duty, leaving Guck to pick up the pieces, and Urine reemerges, and Boise thought they had the space, but man, this Sentinel is something to fear.
Wow, that was a beautiful two-man play coming out from Urine and Guck 107. One shows, the other one tucks. They get the picks, and the first one pops back out to get those trades, and you see now both with 8 kills playing together. That looked a little bit dangerous coming out from the side of West Virginia University, but when you got players like Guck and Urine, I guess there's no need for concern.
That goes there.
Yeah, if Boise could tempo up, and I think it's really honing in on the aggression when you have 2 duelists, one that can have that backline pressure, like I said, with the deep your TPs, and the Waylay that can make the most out of really dashing in off of a Sova recon or a drone. But man, West Virginia, they don't cower away, they don't play corners, they're just in your face with bullets too, and Boise are getting floored. Maybe it just wasn't a good buy anyway. I'm seeing a share from Skelesis, so this is a round you're fine with.
Yeah, I mean, not much that you could really do there when you got a Neon just dancing in front of your face and you only have a Sheriff in hand. And right now we're starting to see that lack of the initiator really hurting Boise State there as they call for the timeout. The breach is honestly doing so much work for West Virginia University, and despite having this dive capability, there isn't really anything that kind of stuns or like cripples the site for Waylay to dive into, right? Like, yes, they have their own slow, but it doesn't cover as much space as like a breach would, and Yoru isn't really able to support fast enough, and I think that's why they're struggling hitting these sites on their attack side, Lemon.
Absolutely. Like, West Virginia feel like they're being really proactive, so not letting anything really get set up. You can't really peek to throw out a drone or a recon from Skelesis because West Virginia are in front of B, right at the door on top of the box, or in front of C. They're just waiting to be hit by util, and unfortunately for Boise, they don't have something that could really punish that, as you mentioned. So yeah, it's gonna really come down to that firing power, but also a lot rides on Daimyo, who I think could be once they confirm really who and how many are on the site, he's been critical with those paranoias.
Yeah, and I think they've also gotten a lot of success working on the other side of the map and finding picks. So at this point, it may be crucial for Boise State to kind of throw a fake play over onto that C side while letting the rest of the team sort of lurk up and take away that control from West Virginia University.
Cover going out.
Still a good mixed buy here from Boise. A lot of rifles, couple light shields, 1 guardian from Skelesis. But after that timeout, Boise get to refine. But a lot of the success they've had, now that I think about it, was what? A Skies 1v3 on round 6.
Yep.
Another sort of clutch play, a 2v4 or something in round 3. So Boise need a clean round, not just miracles, you know?
You definitely don't want to rely on miracles to win your rifle rounds, and they're gonna need some tricks. I see some kind of bait util being thrown out over onto that B side, as Excite's gonna take massive damage trying to jiggle peek for information over on A long, and once they got that info, it looks like it's gonna be a fake towards A.
Gonna fall back here.
Need those lurks to activate for Boise as Skies makes as much noise. Gets a peek in. Not sure really how much they saw because you want to hit that refract ASAP because sometimes Waylay can feel clunky in that way where you think you're refracting. Well, you're refracting to heaven, I guess. But Boise are going to hit C. The camera's going to see it all happen. Who's going to check this corner? Cross is on it.
Oh man, beautiful rotation coming out from the side of West Virginia as they're gonna get an easy plant here and have the numbers on this post plant.
Surprised that West Virginia wouldn't have wanted to teleport through into C main to just try and create like some flank pressure there, but just trying to join the forces. Boise holding their smokes in position, and all 4 of them. That is a jump scare. And Boise gonna work together. Not all of us can miss our shots, right? Excite though is trying to bait at 22 HP, but wait, Guck got a nice angle. And there's one in this cubby, one at long. The Waylay will peek and the Waylay will kill, and it's A77. As worth his weight in gold. Once on the defuse, Skies has to hit it and clutches it once again for Boise.
Oh my goodness, beautiful execute, honestly, coming out from the side of Boise, but for the heroics from Guck made that just a little bit dangerous coming out from Boise State. Luckily, Skies once again pulling off the clutch, bringing the miracle that really shouldn't have been the miracle. I mean, Guck, look at the KDA from Guck right now, 12, 6, and 10, having a hand in every single fight right now for West Virginia University. Beautifully done. Great round. I wanted Boise State to have that fake and rotate play, right? And that's exactly what they did. I almost questioned whether or not they faked well enough on A, but looks like they did just enough to get the round done.
Who's next?
Boise are not calling a lot of save rounds. Like, they'll buy a Bucky with heavy armor, which is something you don't see every day. But Boise really believe in this round, and Yearn, what an insertion! And he gets 2 more kills after that. Boise completely caught off guard.
I mean, in what world, right, would you expect your Sentinel player to be pushed up all the way on C Cubby and just totally disregard any trap setups that they have on site? Well, Yearn is that kind of crazy player. There's a reason why this guy leads the league in kills, and he's showing it right now. 12 on the board already, and a beautiful 2-man play coming out from Guck and Yearn once again, really just pulling West Virginia University through the cracks here.
And finally, we get a save round out of Boise. So a lot of Sheriffs, a Guardian, a Stinger. So you want to try and really have your lineups for the Sheriffs, so maybe some poking shots through here. And if you want to take a fight, you want it to be close so you can grab those weapons afterwards. So getting a kill on this Neon here, if you're Boise, would be everything. But West Virginia also realizing when they play forward and they have these deep insertions, that's when they can really rack up the multi-kills, as you just saw from Yearn. How many times have we seen him get 3 or 4 Ks? Like, he's ridiculous.
It's almost every round at this point, and just a little bit of proking and potting, but Dinks will do more than prod. They'll get the kill that they need and just like maintain that A lobby control.
Very quiet round from Boise, and again punishing that Neon was big, and this should tell Boise to go towards A and pick up that weapon that the Neon left behind. There's a lot of yapping though going on the Boise cam, because you have your trip at C long, so it tells me, okay, you don't want a flank to be created from there.
Oh, they recovered the weapon very creatively using from the shadows. Okay. And I think it's just a lot of like second guessing on whether or not West Virginia University has that map control, because they've taken control of A lobby so much. Now finally hitting onto the seaside, a little suspicious of these tripwires. They'll find one of them though.
Oh, the Hunter's Fury is going to try and prevent the plant at 10 seconds left. You just need to die with it at 20 HP. Boise just barely get the plant off. And West Virginia are going to kick up where it hurts. Yearn is good for 2. And West Virginia, they swarmed the trenches, and Boise could not hold on.
Oh, whatever that play was, they need to try and run it again, because the only reason they lost that round was a lack of good weaponry, right? That swing that came out over in front of Garage was perfect. He saw 2, and with a Phantom, that would have been a 2K right there. Instead, they only had the Stinger in hand. It's just not enough bullets to take care of that. But well done coming out from the side of Boise. They get the plant, they poke and prod, they punish things for being a little too aggressive, and they even drew out the Hunter's Fury. So all in all, as far as the save round goes, I'm pretty happy with that if I'm Boise State.
You're hoping to pull out more rounds, though, on your attacking half, that's for sure, if you're running the double duelist. 877 with the Odin buy. Okay, and he had originally, like, a Vandal, so this was a change of plan. And that's what I like. There's so many different plans from West Virginia, different insertions, and it's been tough for Boise to kind of figure out and really predict what the setup is going to be from West Virginia, because it changes every round.
Aljone's going to spot out the operator from Things as well. But so once again, another trap play here in A lobby, setting up Excite, for the crossfire. Recon Dart's going to push Things off the angle.
No way!
Spike down A.
Check PC! Excite is just not real. 3K on A. You have single-handedly made Boise never want to go to A. And this is not even the first time he's fragged out of his mind. And then you have this deep flank. There's so many threats in this lobby from West Virginia. And they have the confidence to boot that they can just go around the map wherever they want. But Koss has had his moments where he'll fight back, he'll flick back. But now the trap is set to go and touch the spike, and the op lives on, and it's a 9-3 half for West Virginia.
Oh man, you see it in the game plan of West Virginia to just take the map away. Like what is Yearn doing in your own spawn, right? It seems like the longer that Boise kind of like gets in their head to wonder which site to really execute, the more the map shrinks on them. It's almost as if they're playing like a battle royale at this point. But it was a tough hold. I mean, if you take a look at the scoreboard right now, 15-6-1, 15-7, 10. These West Virginia players putting on a clinic on defense.
Absolutely. And at the beginning, I saw Master go for these deep Yord TPs in the garage, and I thought they had kind of this pinch plan around the Yoru. And he's been showing us a lot of Yor recently, but it's been, I feel like, a lot of Skies as that veteran leader, being the one who initiates, and sometimes blindly. But now these early rounds have seen so much hesitation from the Boise side, but not this time. Look at this C push. 3 walking up, breaking the trip. You got West Virginia's attention, and now you got to put up or shut up. And even just Guck in this corner. That's honestly been the kryptonite for Boise, is someone in a corner just getting away with way too much. Oh my god. Just barely getting out.
Yeah, but they give up Sky for that, right? Sky kind of fell to the headshot from Things, and now this position is kind of tough. You have Daimo trying to use the paranoia to hopefully get a trade for Master, but the early swing Things will take them down. Daimo somehow finds 2 more, and Skels is there to support, so this stops the push from West Virginia.
That was so insane from Boise, just to have someone stuck in that cubby, but a paranoia and a swing. Honestly, could have been synchronized more to avoid any more losses.
One
but
enemy remaining.
it's Boise that is ahead, and Koss will keep their backline protected. The spike does get planted B. So here's the B main push from from Boise to come in, and it was an easy find for Skelesis.
Yeah, and that's honestly well done by Boise there. Despite losing the initial engagement, they were able to convert because that early positioning coming out of C-Long really allowed Boise to be safe with the rest of the site. That jump peak spotted 3, so that just immediately allowed, I believe it was Skousis and Koss to just rotate off of B and A to be there to support Daimo. So well done and well-timed paranoia off the swing to get those trades.
So huge for Boise to win that pistol too, because if there was any semblance of a comeback, it starts at that second pistol. So we'll see if the 9-3 curse is real. We got an outlaw buy from Master and Aries buy from Koss. Like, this is really interesting. Master's gonna be in short, looking to maybe swing off of a recon there at A, but not gonna see any action.
Yeah, looking to go for a B retake kind of play here. Look at the weapons that they have. They do have the Outlaw and the Judge for any of these dive engagements. The Aries to try to push back any push coming from the side of West Virginia. They will get the plant down though, so it's maybe a bit precarious for Boise to try and retake.
It was good smokes from West Virginia to allow that plant to go through, because that alone shied away Boise. And then you got Dinks, who's traveling through spawn, bringing the shorty wherever he goes, and Boise are trying to still deal with that. Where that Neon went, this is a disaster. West Virginia, they get to do whatever they want with the map control they have, and Urine now has to skip away from the ray of bullets.
We were talking about Dinks just running around the map. He somehow circles
One
faster
enemy
all the
remaining.
way from the other side of the map to stab them from the back. Luckily, though, I think there is enough time for Boise to get the defuse here.
Barely,
Because-
barely.
This fight
Oh my god.
Just did it, but this Neon got a shorty kill from A Link, and then ran all the way back from mid window through A long to get the backstab on Master in freaking CT. That's just crazy.
That's the type of crazy you want on a Neon, to take full advantage of the mobility there. That level of aggression is what I wanted to see out of someone like Master or even Sky. It's just someone that lets loose, goes on their solo endeavors, because at this level, just getting someone by surprise is the edge you need to win that gunfight. So Boise convert, but will not be able to bring that many weapons into the bonus.
They do have the outlaw though. And the elbow of Skelsis was spotted out, but they only Excite, sorry. They take a lick of damage, so no more health and shields for Excite. Now they're gonna try and rotate off here to see if they can get any control over onto this A site, where Skelsis is gonna have to play solo. Does have an Odin in hand though.
And this is the West Virginia choice of map, so typical to expect them to have such a strong first half, but Boise could convert this rifle round. That would get them ever so closer to catching up, but with West Virginia's first rifle round, this is where they could get to double digits and just take a glimpse at the finish line. Dinks is gonna get active and catch some trips, and that's the kryptonite to a Neon, but not like there was a reaction from Boise. It was rather to just get that information. Now they'll have to play for retake.
It almost seems like a bit of an over rotate on the side of Boise there. One hour drone was enough to bring the entire team over onto that A side, basically giving up the plant for free. There's a lot of util left on the side of West Virginia to try and play this post plant.
Now paying close attention to the top of the site, but Garage is left unsmoked, and these players from West Virginia in C main are not going to have the best vision, and you just have the Ares just singing away through the smoke, easy to identify, and now it's a bloodbath, but Urn was ready.
Yeah, and Urn popping out at the perfect time to finish up clutching that round. And I almost wish that Boise State really tried to hold their sights a little bit more. I don't think the Skelsis on the Odin really spotted anything to kind of clue in on an A initiation. I guess you see the owl drone, but no other piece of utility was really thrown over on that A side. So maybe perhaps it was because Boise had a bonus buy that they wanted to make sure to group together, but a bit of an over rotate there.
Was it an Odin and an Ares? Maybe Skeletons swapped to a Vandal last second, but that's one way to stop an offense. You can't get into an area if it's just hosed down with bullets. Oh, wait, I like where this waylay is going. Sky's maybe trying to get a peek at short, which could catch some players off guard. It's an interesting split. We'll see what the sort of Omen and Neon duo, what chaos they can create at A as a duo lurk, but that means the rest of the offense may lack some important firepower.
Using the owl drone to set up Urn on this garage control. They're just gonna leave them there so they can be a late flank on that backstab. Maybe even perhaps create a fake. The hit's gonna come over onto that A side. Skelsis is gonna spot them, but the overdrive is gonna get taken out immediately by Skies.
Just the recon right at the front door. That is panic setting in to the Boise camp, and now the door has been left open. It's West Virginia
30
just
seconds
settle
left.
in, and we'll get a plant going soon. Wondering if Boise have a paranoia in their back pocket. That could be They really need to get through this front door, and it's who's going to pull the trigger first, the attacking breach or the paranoia on defense. And before the setup could even come in, a 7-7 strikes, but he's been put to bed. And now you need this flank to come into fruition from this Sentinel. And it's Boise that relies on Cause to win it, to try and get Boise back on their high horse. But now a duel, and it's quite a slow, clunky weapon. And Excite can just hide away forever and gets the lucky headshot against Cause. And West Virginia go up to 11.
Wow, that was beautifully done coming out from A77 there, just making sure they understood that they had the numbers disadvantage, so they have to try and make an aggressive play here, just banking on the fact that Boise State University would try to use the plant as a decoy to create the numbers advantage to make it into a 2v1, but A77 really just getting ahead of that, flashing out, finding the picks to even up the numbers there, and just making it easier for Excite to trade on whoever swings out.
Boise may just be facing match point against West Virginia, especially with a lot of the pistols and one stinger bot from Master on the Yoru. Got a 3-man push from Boise. It's a Hail Mary, but the trips have been so well set from Yearn that they've not been able to get away with a flank, but holy pings coming out of West Virginia. And they pick up the spike and they wait, and this flank from Boise didn't end up happening.
And West Virginia understanding that they have the stronger weaponry here, so there isn't really any need to fall back. Perhaps just throwing some utility to bait another rotate, let Yearn do their thing on any late flank pushes.
Now has to do some work and try to escape through the cages. Skelicus stands tall, but now 6 feet under. The rest of Boise on preventative duty, but now pings through the smoke. It's not an edge that West Virginia could take until now. Not edge is sharp. 3 versus 3. And remember, this is Boise mostly on pistols, and surely they have upgrades. West Virginia stomping away though. Boise able to find them.
30 seconds
But now you have to re-clear. Where did that Yoru go? Guk has just to ignore all of this and help the spike get planted.
This is really good. If you're Boise State here, you were able to upgrade 2 weapons here and have the numbers advantage for this retake. You see now Guk smartly playing in the smoke to try and catch them by surprise. He hears the jumps coming out of mid window and smartly repositions.
No paranoia from Guk, but I'm wondering if on the other side Daimyo has his. Costas has had one of the best shots on the Boise side. The retake ensues. Boise enter, find no targets until Guk was hiding in the shadows. And Yearn lines up all the ducklings. That is insane. But that was almost a thrifty from the Boise side. So West Virginia happy to get to 12, but that costed them more than they expected.
Yeah, but I want to see a stat line of like how many engagements from Yearn are actually backstabs, because it seems like nobody can find out where this player is living. They were always getting a 2K just shooting players in the back. It's absolutely amazing the way that they're able to control the map.
Last second buy there from A77. Last round of the game potentially, and this is a best of 3. There's an op buy from Master. He's watching C. West Virginia back to their default. Miss Neon needs to get active here from Dinks, and Guk with the opening kill, teleporting all the way in spawn, gets away with more murder. There is a crime scene in the Boise camp, and they still have to clear through the smoke that was left behind. This is a huge round for West Virginia.
Yeah, strong closeout here to get a free sight for the plant, all based off of from the shadows. Hunter's Fury will try to deny the plant, but besides some damage, they won't really be able to take down any more players, as the Neuro Theft is going to come out on the side of Yearn.
That was a great Hunter's Fury though from Skelicus. As soon as it's always well timed for when the spike is about to get planted, so that's bought Boise some time to retake towards the site, and the backup plan for West Virginia not really fully materializing. That spike got planted so deep, so West Virginia can barely see the most important thing in the game. 2 versus 2, injuries on both sides, and Guk has a 1v1 at this doorway, but just barely dodges it. Boise just have to hunt these down, and it's West Virginia playing time and playing with their food. 13-5 for West Virginia.
Oh my goodness, that might have been the best possible plant if you're West Virginia. They've tried to plant default, but were chased off of it by the Hunter's Fury, being forced to plant all the way in backside, but maintaining control of CT, not allowing the players to really push out on the side of Boise State, forcing them through garage, and now they have a crossfire being set between Guck and I believe it was the breach, I forget. Oh, A77, right? The crossfire, they could never even get to the spike. And just to add the Rolling Thunder for good measure to secure the final round, I mean, that's just brutal coming out from the side of West Virginia.
It's really good support all around from West Virginia that had really good plans on their offenses, took their times on the defaults at the end. Their economy looked straightforward, and then 20 kills from Guck with 12 assists. Like, he's not an initiator, but he definitely has been part of setting up West Virginia for success. And that was West Virginia's map pick, so that is clearly their strength. Don't go there again. Put it on your ban list. And up next, we'll have Bind from Boise. So wonder what kind of plan they have there.
Yeah, hopefully we'll be able to see something, some changes being made here. Really keep an eye out for Urin's positioning. Trickiest cipher I've seen in a while, to be honest. So Bind can be a bit tough to attack, but Boise State, once again, being such a strong attacking team, I think they'll do pretty well on that map.
Yeah, Urine, I'm glad you pointed that out, because we said, like, we're getting into a Sentinel heavy meta, and when you can have someone like that on your team that can solo hold and if not buy you so much time, and he had so many fun different insertions from into cubby to the back left to the back right, sometimes not even in the site. There was so much conditioning that he was doing alone that he was an incredible player. But we have an incredible map coming up next. Guess what? It's Bind. I just said it. So we're going to turn to a quick break, make sure all our plays are ready to go, and we'll see you on the other side.
Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard.
West Virginia are on series point. We're going to Bind next, and that's Boise's playground. I'm excited for this. I hope for a big turnaround, which I feel like we almost got when Boise won that second pistol. Maybe I was just coping, but yeah.
Yeah, they did look like they had the right plan on their defensive side. It just seemed that at times maybe a little bit of impatience coming out from the side of Boise, and honestly losing track of the players from West Virginia. They were able to just kind of carve up the map however way they wanted to and kind of get these picks from behind. And that it's not very advantageous if you can't even see the opponent that's killing you.
Yeah, one guy doing a lot of the killing was Guck, who's a junior who transferred from Winthrop. So if you're getting people to leave Winthrop for your school, that means like the deal must have been sick, okay? And Guck, he is a sick player. He's been in Challengers, he's been in CVAL, he has a very solid track record. So he's clearly delivering the performance he needs to.
Yeah, and then pretty big mountain to climb for Boise State here. Bind is one of their better maps, but it's also a really good map for West Virginia University. I mean, winning a lot of their defensive side as well as their attacking side, about a 49% win rate. Now, neither of these teams have played Bind so far this season, so there really isn't a lot of homework that they can do from past maps from previous patches. It does seem like West Virginia University like to run the double controller with the Viper and Brim. I don't expect that to have changed much, but on the side of Boise, they did run the double initiator with Gecko and Sky. I don't know if they really bring that back here, Lemon.
Yeah, unless you look at what happened in Fun Havers, because Boise did play in that on Bind, and then it was a lot of the Yoru Waylay. Like, that seems to be the deadly duo between Master and Skies, with the Fade and then the double controller of the Viper Brim. So, I guess getting rid of the Gecko, I haven't seen a Gecko in so long, so the meta has really changed. But Boise have found success on Bind using that composition. That was in Fun Havers, so it was against a team called Roblox Pigs. So I don't know. Take that with a grain of salt.
Yeah.
Like, Boise have had success here. That's what that means.
Yeah, and plus Yoru is still really good on Bind. You can get really tricky with using the teleporters, not only just the ones on the map, but from Yoru's pocket as well. But my only issue is I really didn't see enough of that come out. I didn't see Boise really play their game. This is a team that really is aggressive and plays together, but I think a lot of this just got shut down early by West Virginia University. So if they're able to maintain their play style, I really do think that they have a really strong chance of taking this map here.
Yeah, I think it was a lot about Boise fully utilizing this double duelist and kind of pairing it with the only util that they have, which was either a Paranoia from Daimyo or a Recon. So to be able to double dash like at the second a recon is thrown, so that while people are turning around, they're shooting the recon, then your duelist can make entry. And that's gonna take some execution. It's gonna take some practice for Boise to get that down, but that is a very viable strategy. But that is a lot of eggs in the baskets of your duelists who really need to deliver that firepower.
Yeah, and so far it does seem like Skies has taken on that role of being the fragger. We've seen them pull off miracles. they might need a little bit more than just miracles this time around if they don't want to give up their 1-1 win conditions right now.
And on the other side, I mean, I don't have much to criticize on the West Virginia side. Like, they kind of showed us so many different ideas from just being out in the open so that when you're going for a contact play, like, you're ready before Boise is ready when they're swinging on you. You had good op buys, good Odin buys, and then just consistency all around from the West Virginia side. It's really hard to comment on.
And I believe this time around we have Boise State starting on defense again, if I'm not mistaken. No, it's going to be West Virginia starting on defense. So not really going to be able to take advantage of those Yoru teleport plays from Boise State. So perhaps they have a game plan to overwhelm this double controller that we'll likely see West Virginia bring in here.
Yeah, and Yearn has been incredible, like, just kind of coming in, taking over the Sentinel duty from someone like A77 who's doing a lot of it in the past. And well, now you know why Yearn has earned that spot. Like, he has been incredible. So excited to see how he's going to hold down Bind, because usually on Bind you would have a Sentinel with something like an Initiator, like a Sky, or someone that you could kind of play off of. But then all eyes are on the Duelist. Someone like Dinks plays a lot of the Rays, so being able to explode in is going to be really fun to watch.
Yeah, and beautiful support, honestly, coming out from the side of Guk and Yearn. Earlier in the pregame, I did highlight Yearn's ability to take those multi-frag fights, but really it's Guk with well-timed smokes, well-timed paranoias, and really just swinging to help with those engagements that really prop up Yearn. So shout out to Guk as well. I really want to see a bit more support coming out on the side of Boise State to really prop Skies up the same way that that West Virginia props up Yearn, right? Like, this is a player we've seen have some nasty shots up in Haven, but it's gonna take a little more than that. If they are running the Duelist, I want to see Masters really flash out more for Yearn so they don't have to worry about so many different angles.
Mm-hmm. And you got to applaud the work that West Virginia did to incorporate these new players, like, and to take the place of Inox, who was fantastic on the flex, like providing the initiators, the sentinels, and even the duelists. Like, Inox was doing it all, but now West Virginia is settling into more kind of traditional compositions and roles, while as Boise are going for compositions that take a lot of really difficult execution. Like I said, like the dashing in off of a recon, the deep Yoru teleports, like that takes a high level of experience to do.
Yeah, and this is a team that really got together recently, right? So if they're able to practice these executions, and the more they go up against high level teams like West Virginia University, they'll be able to get those timings on. And honestly, I would say that Bind, in terms of executing on offense, is slightly more simple. There isn't really as much fakes that you have to throw, and the sites are a lot smaller than Haven is. So the timing for the util can be a little easier. As we see now, West Virginia University, they're both running the double controller composition, but it's very interesting coming out from the side of Boise, still running that double duelist as well.
And West Virginia have changed up what they usually do. Yearn is usually a sentinel, and now he's on the Yoru. And I was talking about Dinks on the okay, yeah, and then Dinks is on the Rays. Okay, and Excite is taking over the Sky duties. So the double duelist on their side too. This is cool.
Yeah, that's just I guess Bind is already so defensive, you don't need sentinel utility, I guess. So I'm expecting to see dogfights, honestly, coming out from both teams to start.
Yeah, a lot of teams sometimes forego that Sentinel to just play more controllers, and this is so aggressive. The contact play, Boise haven't had a chance to have a thought.
One enemy remaining.
What? West Virginia is stomping their way to almost the quickest round victory I've ever seen. And you still got one left though, and that's Skelis's.
Yeah, and a quick 3K coming out from Yearn with that Sheriff in hand. All headshots, by the way. That's actually insane. Beautiful play, push out coming out from West Virginia University, just taking early control. I believe they did spot the spike. Now, opting to give it up
I
so
have the
that not
spike.
to give Scouses any 1v1 opportunities there, and rather just play together over on that A site and just retake. It seems that they've stacked the wrong site though. Scouses still has to take their time to try and clear out any potential angles that any players from West Virginia are lurking.
This is definitely nerve-wracking, but hey, you use the Prowler to clear close. Don't take the teleporter since you don't know what's on the other side. And, well, you do what you can. And you can take a lot of the ideas
30
of the people
seconds
that are
left.
in the call, too. So Prowler within, checks elbow. Could be a threat from Hookah. No immediate swing. So now I would say you got to play it ASAP because no one swung off of you off that
Spike planted.
tap. And here comes trouble.
I like this elbow positioning here. We'll see how aggressive Scouses wants to be, knowing that they do have the disadvantage in numbers. They're going to take an early swing and find the first pick onto Excite.
Oh man, the re-swing would have been clean too, but A77 finds a different angle. Is gonna tap the spike, try to get it halfway, buy himself some time. Gonna fully stick it. Don't agree with that, but that means a clutch for Skelesis and a 3K to save it for Boise.
Yeah, well done from Scouses. Just taking their time and not really rushing onto the site there. Only playing aggressive when they really needed to try and take away that numbers advantage. Questionable stick there from A77. As they say, pros don't fake, but this player is not quite yet at the pro level, so maybe try to play around that a little bit.
Their
The one
fears
outlaw
betray
by
them.
this time to figure out who is gonna hold the sniper in its skies. Which not always ideal to play
Bring them
an
down.
attacking sniper of any sorts on this map. It's tough to get those angles. When another West Virginia walk down and just gets cut at the heel from Daimyo, who's ready for it. Now Boise are starting to get conditioned. There could be trouble in these early rounds, and that was a great punish.
This puts a rifle right into the hands of Yearn.
Player
It's not enough when Skies is there with the outlaw. KOS gets the pick onto Excite as well. And A77 just getting some consolation kills and damage as well. They are going to be able to recover a Guardian, but it's a tall task for them to try and turn this round back into their favor.
Now you know the last person's an A short, so Boise can just focus on planting, covering their tracks, but the
Spike planted.
timing could be good for A77 to get even more kills and
Whoa.
just crouches, spots the rotation. This is becoming more and more possible as A77 kind of jump peeks around, nothing off the Prowler, knowing someone's back sight. Boise have to just maybe play off of the sound of the spike and off that flash. Boise should have really committed to that, but A77 is running out of time, so Boise can just play their lives here.
Oh,
Another chance for A77 to be hit. Hunt gonna be shot down, and that's the moment for the swing for Master.
I like that though, right? Just using the utility from Master, throwing out those flashes, allowing Skelsis to really jiggle out to see if A77 is trying to stick the spike once again, because Masters was really low HP. And if you look at the weaponry in the hand of Skelsis there, they only had the Spectre to work with, so it's not exactly advantageous to try and swing a Guardian with that. I think really well done coming out from the side of Boise State, expecting that walk down from Yearn and really punishing them for it.
Now West Virginia may just have to dial things back. Just being that aggressive has now been noted by Boise. Now it's going to be a fight for showers, and Skelesis is going to reveal one close. Kind of a
And then you can
stalemate.
Yeah, you can see the body language is much different coming out from the side of West Virginia. They're not as aggressive over on this defensive side.
Oh, what a swing! What a bit of reaction
Nice,
from
nice.
Boise!
My ult is-
Skelesis, this is the type of explosivity I wanted to see from him.
Launching
So
smoke.
quiet on the first map, but helps win the pistol and may just help on the third round here. Boise have pulled a lot of rotations towards showers. Boise need to work this advantage, but they're kind of letting West Virginia go wherever they want.
Yeah, and I think they need to really make way fast over to B side like they're doing now, because you've heard 2 out of showers already, and so there should only be 1 player left over on that B site. You have 4 players to try and overwhelm
30
A77 here.
seconds left.
Important job for A77. He dodges the hunt. It's a false sense of security from Boise as they drop down, and A77 wanted the timing off of them jumping down while the aim is crooked, but got nothing for their troubles. This feels like a round pretty sealed in for Boise, especially with the mollies deep at the door, but Duck could have timing if he can combine this with maybe... Oh, there's no flashes at all, actually, from the West Virginia side, so they're going to be really cooked on ways to make Boise uncomfortable in a 2 versus 4 retake. Sees the spike, should be some from main, maybe in 2, but the high-low, well executed from the Boise side.
Incredibly well done, fighting for showers there,
We could
just
finish
trying to
this
play
with
it
our
slow,
eyes closed.
baiting any aggression
wouldn't recommend
coming
it.
out from West Virginia University, because they know Yearn is yearning for a pick, and they get punished for that. And that's a huge bonus being converted. This is the way that you want to start on your map pick, Lemon.
Absolutely. This is Boise with the first pistol and denying that first rifle round from West Virginia. And now you have West Virginia on this looking like a mixed buy as a result. So Boise building a lot of momentum. Now early it's been these skirmishes into showers where the prowlers have been good for Boise to mark West Virginia and keep them humble. But Daimyo is spotting this aggressive push out of hookah, and West Virginia, that duo was heading out.
In a way, I kind of like this aggression from Yearn, right? You don't want to not play your game just because you're getting punished for it. I mean, that would be the smart thing to do, but you want to keep that
Got the
aim
spike.
crispy and warmed up. So yeah, why not keep pushing? Especially on that save round, you want to try and get an aggressive pick anyway.
Oh boy, Guk just gonna get to peek at this and may just be isolated because of this Viper wall. Double dash, I like this from Skies. And look at the
Whoa.
execution. Maybe didn't even need to refract there, but it's just gonna check for any hookah players. There's still 1 left on B that you know of, but the backside here for West Virginia. A7 gets a
Spike
tag, but
planted.
not the finish. Fades into the shadows. Boise have the spike planted and maybe this round in their favor as long as they just trade out against West Virginia. There's just 2 left, and Excite has no flashes left. Maybe would try to connect on a heal to his Viper, but that doesn't seem to be important to them quite yet.
Tough for West Virginia to try and retake this.
Last player standing.
Oh, Excite is just bait at that moment, but the numbers are too strong, and so is Skies. Boys, now these are some well-drilled plans, and this is why this is their map pick.
Yeah, and that dash in by Skies there really showing us that they are one with this agent here. Getting the pick onto Daimo and just... No, not Daimo, sorry. Getting the pick onto Guk and really taking them out of the equation. Now you lose those Brim Smokes, which are so powerful in delaying a push. They were able to get that plant down, and only 1 or 2 people, I believe only 1 person dropped on the side of Boise, so they are healthy in the economic department. They can get a string together another round here. This is going to put West Virginia in an extremely tough spot.
Boise trying to adapt to the double hookah push that happened last round and just being ready for it this time. A flash Sky was just thrown at B long, so Boise did get marked and will be seen yet again from the sights. You got the flash out to try and fight this. Boise throw in the Nightfall on top, so whoever's left in, West Virginia have their Viper. A77 in the nook. Great molly from the Boise team. They flushed out everyone. West Virginia have to work their way back in off of some flashes. Boise getting sussed out by the dimensional drift. So West Virginia have pings, they have info, but are running out of members. They're running out of guns. And Boise are about to pull off a flawless round. I may have just cast a cursor though. Wait to see what Guk can do. He's been the MVP in the past, but he's now within the realms of a smoke and is maybe going to decide to save this weapon.
Yeah, that's an extremely good call. I mean, look at the pace change come out from Boise State. They're only just planting the spike right now. And it took me a second to realize what was happening, but the pace change, they've been playing slow the entire time, and they just decided to hit and over on B site. Off the rip, get the plant, not even get the plant down. They just maintain site control. Yearn had to use the dimensional rift to try and get any information, but instead of losing a player to plant the spike, they maintained all 5 weapons to hold angles, making sure that Yearn was put in a precarious situation and not able to capitalize by having their teammates swing out and support them. So well done coming out from the side of Boise State. Now they discovered that Thinks has the operator. Guck is gonna find one as well, but these are just consolation kills at this point. Beautiful shots from Thinks though, still.
From what I could tell, Boise still had at least 3,000 or 4,000 credits. So
Yeah.
these kills, these deaths won't matter too much. But maybe it gets Dinks closer to a showstopper, which is great. Keeping the weapons the most important thing. And this will have a timeout from the West Virginia side, going down 5-0. That is good timing. Yeah, Boise are just taking advantage of the small space. So West Virginia, if they can do more with the information that Excite provides them at B-Long with these flashes, maybe go for more of like a hookah aggressive play, but you don't want to do it too consistently. That's how Boise adapt.
Yeah, and plus now that's really good information from Boise too. Despite losing those weapons, which like you pointed out, their economic state is enormous right now. It didn't even make a dent. But they do get the information that Inks has the operator, right? And this may change up the game plan for them just a little bit. Try to sniff out where Dinks is posted up and see if you can overwhelm the opposite site here. It is going to be a bit of a mixed buy too coming out from West Virginia University, but I don't think that they will use that walk down strategy anymore, especially not with Boise State really looking out for it.
Yeah, you can orbital strike for retake for West Virginia. Seekers if they want to get silly early. A lot of good options. Boise, I mean, the Waylay ult is... It's there. It's not my favorite thing in the world, but the post plant would be so strong if they could get cost there with the Viper's Pit. Attacking orbital strike too is huge if you think there's a lot of backliners, you want to force them into a fight. And now you had all the time in the world to do just that. Yearn, still just with the Sheriff, is trying to be a threat in hookah, but now disappeared. And that means Boise have to invest util to clear him out.
Yeah. Well done. Just to try and bait out some utility. That's one Prowler down. Still, the attack side is leaning heavy over onto that B side. It is where the operator is. But that's all down C-Long. You see the space being taken out by Dinks. The Waylay ult's going to try and take some space, and this is going to allow them to push up, and Imo finds the pick onto Dinks.
And Excite can't hide any longer. Boise's take on B has to be, marked by West Virginia. This is clearly the weaker side of the map. And West Virginia have not been able to supplement it anymore. And I don't know if you want to invest in Orbital Strike in a 2 versus 5. It may just be another save, and before Guck can make that decision, he's dead, and there's just a Sheriff here. So wondering why Yearn didn't get a chance to buy. Maybe he's low on credits or something. But anyway, 6-0 for Boise.
And it was really nice to highlight that play or that interaction in hookah, right? Using the Prowler utility to sort of push Yearn off of that angle. This was something that we didn't see Boise State really do on that Haven side. I think I mentioned it a few times that they just didn't have the initiator utility to try and take these angles. Now, even though they're still running a single initiator, Skelesis is really smart in utilizing their utility to try and just push off these angles and slowly scale up before they initiate onto the site and dive.
Hopefully everyone's good. Having a bit of a kumbaya. What's going on here?
Just,
but hey,
it's disgusting the game plan right now.
yeah, really downloading the dimensional drift from Boise. Unless it seems like there's a tech issue maybe with the fade. But hey, you'll get to see our faces. That's technically still on our necks and bodies. So we'll get into game very shortly between Boise and West Virginia. But yeah, that's an important round, Jackson, because there's a lot of good ults.
And honestly, this tech pause is a bit fortuitous coming out for West Virginia. You just been getting rolled so far, 0-6. You've used your first time out already. This is just a good chance to kind of like calm the nerves a little bit. They are playing right into the hands of Boise State. I mean, they tried to come out early and aggressive and carry forward that fragging momentum from Haven, but so far, this slow and steady push that we see from Boise has been working really well.
And just to highlight, like, the top fraggers, like Daimyo and Skelesis at both 7 kills each. Like, Skelesis has had this 180 turnaround, a couple of really clutch rounds going his way. His fade has been so pivotal, and I mean, I would say much more useful than a Sova, but it really is. Fade is so meta right now, and especially on this map, clearing those close corners. And now you may just get a sense that how much is Skelis' util going to be baited by the Yoru being present and then teleporting elsewhere. I'm kind of liking that factor that Urn is throwing in.
Yeah, and I think we did talk about a little bit off camera about Skelis' struggles over there on that Haven side, but it does seem that the fade fits them a lot better. I see them much more comfortable in utilizing their utility to really clear these angles. As we're going to get a round reset off of that tech pause. And it looks like we're going to be looking A heavy coming out from the side of Boise State.
Definitely trying to switch it up after having way too much success at B. I mean, they haven't dropped around. I felt like the biggest pushback has been from West Virginia on A, and that shows with the amount of kills that Guk has had. Now Dimensional Drift is going to reveal all these positions, so Boise have good information to play off of. The Molly's not going to affect the Yoru, but it is going to affect the backup for Boise. The Orbital Strike from this attack gets thrown right in the middle of the site, and all the duels still go this offense's way. The teleport, though, did get taken from a B defender, and Boise has some members left behind to deal with that problem, so good luck to Excite. Maybe it would have been nice to pop the Seekers or just be alive to pop those, but this is not going to be fun for Excite.
Yeah, it's super tough, especially with the econ in the dumps for West Virginia University right now. This crossfire coming out from Master. You're going to take down this site. 877 will get a pick onto Daimo, but the only thing that I'm curious about is the plant still hasn't gone down. It's another one of those really weird rounds coming up from Boise State as Master TV's back onto the site. They take down the rest of the players. There's going to be Urn left in the 1v2. Now, plant's finally going to go down, Lemon.
Yeah, Boise need to give the spike to someone who knows when to play, because that, yeah, a time could have been a big difference, and this is very clutchable for Urn, and it just was, and Boise just let it all happen. Urn is just that guy.
Oh my goodness, Urn with the 1v3 clutch. I'm so perplexed at this point because Boise State started that round cooking. I mean, I was almost going to praise them for almost Potter-esque execution there with the snakebite lineup and the orbital strike and the pinching from Master, but they honestly just left the fire on for too long and overcooked that round. I mean, they've had full control of the site, never planted, and never rotated, so it wasn't a fake, and it just allowed West Virginia to just like walk up for free and be like, hey, headshot here, headshot there, we'll take our first round and put it on the board.
There's got to be a lot of trust into protecting that spike carrier, because even if it doesn't look super safe, that's why everybody else on your team has guns, right? And but at least Boise have been so good with openers. Now the double dash, I don't even know how much really you got to see within the B site, so this was quite short from Skies, expecting someone to be around the Octagon area, and Prowler into elbow like this with the clone as bait. Boise take full control of B yet again, but the Seekers and Showstopper are around the corner for West Virginia, and the Tigers Viper's Pit is going to cut off a lot of the entries, at least just elbow. The front entry is exposed, and A77 gets the luckiest shot right through the smoke. So the Seekers, they're going to follow through and find where this Viper is. The Showstopper double! All invested into that info, but there's still one player left, and the spike is ticking down. And And it's within sight, so Master just has to stay alive, play his life. Don't repeat this, don't repeat this. Oh, the shoulder, the shoulder. And West Virginia with back-to-back.
Wow. That showstopper, literally stopping the show there for Boise State. I mean, getting 2 off the pick, allowing them to retake that. And this time around, Boise State played phenomenal, I think, in pushing back any angles from Excite and getting that execute and getting the Viper's Pit down. It was just, unfortunately, sometimes you can do as well as you can in your game plan, but all it takes is 1 or 2 nasty shots. This time it was Dinks with the showstopper that just put a stop to everything there.
So no early pit from the defense. You got a retaking orbital strike too. It was a big investment from West Virginia, but it took all of that to break down the Viper's Pit. Boise could have definitely placed that Viper's Pit more towards the front door and be comfortable with the elbow area exposed. And Prowler has been good to get Boise shower control, so West Virginia aware of this presence.
Who's next?
A lot of patience coming out from Boise State. Dimensional Rift to spot out 3 members of West Virginia University. Despite that, Sky is just gonna dive right in there onto Top Truck. Orbital Strike should get the pick onto Master unless they're able to teleport out. Oh, they stayed there. Oh, it was their own. Guck is gonna punish that.
Yeah, just had a sliver of space to work with, and the defense did get that opener, but the trades come through. Nightfall now from Skelesis just earned that. That should be the advantage. At least it's some safety for Boise. They know they want time on their side. There's U-Haul positions from West Virginia and help on the way. And Boise just want to play their lives and slow this all down, play off the smokes as well, and...
Who's shooting?
Not even sure.
Last player
Now
standing.
at 6 HP, everyone just gets put to rest from the Boise side, and definitely starting to worry if you're Boise. This is now 3 unanswered rounds from West Virginia ever since that timeout. They have downloaded how to do these retakes.
I almost feel like that was a bit of a throw there coming out from the side of Boise. I feel like that was, let me see if I remember correctly, it was the Brim that was just firing their Phantom from bench. And I think that caused one of the Boise players to kind of look over and look off the angle, allowing them to just get taken out. That seemed a little bit unfortunate. It was a very good execute, using the Dimensional Rift to try and combo that with the Orbital Strike, but this time around it didn't catch anyone. And overall, an odd round. I feel like Boise State are kind of dropping the ball in these rounds that they should be securing relatively easily.
I agree. It's just good ideas, but execution that still needs to develop. Like, even the double dash from Skies, if it could be on top of that U-Haul vehicle and just kind of get better vision, because there was a lot being thrown there. So getting your waylay as active as possible, or as quickly as possible, would be ideal, but still was a 6-0 start from Boise. So they built themselves some insurance, some cushion, some forgiveness, and a chance to adapt and to get back in control of this game, which I know score-wise looks like Boise are, but I'm starting to worry, especially with an op buy from Yearn.
Yeah, and the economy looking dire too on the side of Boise State here. You don't want to drop this round. Early Viper's Pit over on A short to hold that control. This is going to allow Yearn to push out with the operator and get an early pick.
So crazy. Yearn has been good at kind of having some threatening aura, if you will, in Hookah, and then forcing Boise to have to re-clear because he teleports out.
Yeah, this makes it tough right now for Boise to really get any information. Losing Skull Assist early means no way to really clear these close angles. You don't want to push into the Viper's Pit here But the rotations you see already coming from the side of West Virginia University, expecting the hit to come over onto that B side, as Churn finds yet another pick.
Yeah, I think with the lurk activated from Boise on the right side, you almost could just take the teleport and play off of A, especially with knowing that the op is on B. So Master's still gonna go for it, and he'll be a next victim
30
of the
seconds
op.
left.
Boise. I like this lurk from Koss. I think this would have been a good pivot plan,
One
but
enemy remaining.
Oh,
somehow the op rotated just that quickly and
Yeah.
teleported just that quickly. So Boise may just get flawless here.
oh man, and they really got to try and keep Daimo alive here.
10 seconds
To at
left.
least hold on to this one singular rifle. We mentioned earlier the economy not looking great for Boise State University. And this, what looked like Boise was running away with the half, you know, just some minor mistakes here and there has really allowed West Virginia to come back into this game.
Now the threat continues to loom of an op and where it could be, because it's been teleporting between Hookah and also the back of A Heaven and Boise. I mean, that round is tough, like you pointed out, that Skelesis was the first victim, the first death of the round, and you need him to throw haunts and prowlers to check these close corners. So
Yeah.
you would need these duelists to really utilize Master's Flash or the double dashes from
Launching
Skies. Boise won't have to think too hard now that Skelesis is back in. Hunt.
Dim beacon
Person in
here.
showers. Clone out too. A lot invested from Boise to get this orb.
This will allow them to have the sight here, but not if Guk has something to
down
say
A.
about it. 2 headshots coming from the backside. Daimo has snuck up
standing.
into U-Haul, but it's just not enough. Flawless round coming out from the side of West Virginia here.
Last round.
It just
before
seemed
the
like
switch.
Boise had, again, good ideas to use util to get orb. It's like the recipe is there, but
Yeah.
they're almost expecting like West Virginia aren't going to be there just because they use util. So they're almost surprised that West Virginia are still there. And Guk is still like one of the best shots in the lobby. I mean, he
Yep.
was MVP last map, so him getting multi-kills there is no surprise to me. But A has been a struggle for Boise. Even when they win the rounds, it's like barely to a 1v1 or a 2v2. So wonder if they'd want to try
Smoke's
to
down.
hit B again. But it's a usual default. We'll see what the path opens.
Oh, and I love that combination, but Guk recognizing the trap play immediately stimmies out to stay alive.
I want to see more of that out of Master, just to, not even every round, but just to condition them that
Yeah.
a Yoru could just teleport behind you, and there could be some aggressive plays out of Boise, but they're gonna cut noise, and this jumping gets spotted by A77. That really sucks to lose a duelist like him, especially your leader.
Poison's off.
This gives so much control. Look at Urine already pushing down B along with that operator. Basically clearing everything. They do have to deal with things here too on top truck, and Boise State just gonna try and let things marinate, see if West Virginia rotate off. But there really is no reason for them to do so, Lemon.
And with this deep push from West Virginia, the Yoru, they know that the push is not going to be at B, so this op doesn't need to go anywhere but keep farming. And Boise
30
just
seconds left.
are like cattle right now, just throwing themselves at the wall and hoping to pressure West Virginia back. Close probably though from Skelesis and Molly to stop the front
Spike
doorway, but
down
Master
A.
makes this winnable
Last
with
player
a stinger
standing.
of all things.
I have
And
the
Excite
spike.
still has a flash. And you
No time.
destabilize the op. 10 seconds. The plan has to be now. The
Whoa.
flash makes Skelesis stop, but he has to keep committing or go for the kill.
Wow.
And Skelesis chooses well.
Oh, Skulls is right there
Switching
pulling out
sides.
all the heroics. I mean, they recognized that they didn't have enough time to take the teleporter, and they had to take the fight there. Oh my goodness. What I just witnessed, faking the plant, dodging the flash, getting the headshot, and then just making the aggressive gamble to push instead of using the final 6 seconds to plant. I mean, wonderfully done. What a turnaround it has been for Skelesis personally. I mean, struggling a little bit over on Haven now, putting the team on their back to maintain that winning half on their attack side for Haven here.
Oh, Boise, that lead has
to
very
work.
much slipped away, but at least they ended on a good note. But now it's about starting off on a good foot when it comes to the second half. Boise won the first pistol. That's West Virginia. The ball is in their court. But look at this walk down from Boise through hookah. They've done this on Bind before, like reminiscent of C Long. They can't shy away, and there's no trip that would mark them and make them reconsider otherwise, but they were traveling through spawn, kind of unnecessary, and Skies would have needed the backup there, so definitely don't need to keep exploring spawn if you're Boise. Just commit to the A short push. The plant goes through from West Virginia, and they have their raise with a deep insertion. And Master's not going to expect this. A lot of duels being taken place. The trades favor West Virginia, though, which bodes well for them taking this pistol and maybe stealing away the lead from Boise. Cause now has to combine with Skelesis on the other side. And now he's fallen, and Skelesis can't hang either. West Virginia take the second pistol.
Yeah, I wonder if that was a miscommunication coming out from the side of Boise State there. Letting Skies just kind of solo flank there. It's obvious that the main stack was short. I think the Master as well as Kaz got a lot of information there. And it doesn't make sense to me why they would just send that solo flank when the two other players were literally a step behind. And then not even aggressing off of that trade allows West Virginia University to get the plant down and really take their time in setting up these crossfires. Now another rundown over on B-Long to try and get aggressive picks.
The all pistol hoedown for Boise, just going for the Hail Mary. Now not getting the opener they wanted, but their presence, Boise's presence alone, tells West Virginia A is going to be the weaker site. They're going to use their Viper Wall, the dog, and there's a crack left in that smoke, which could have been deadly. West Virginia still stand. There's injuries to Guk because of that, and the opener swings West Virginia's way, so they continue to truck along. The flank forms for Boise. They got to activate this quickly, and at the helm could be Skies against that Yoru. But Excite, oh, the flash was almost too late, but he's quicker to the trigger too. And two left for Boise with a bunch of pistols. Yeah, this is gonna be a tie game, folks.
And Guk almost got caught during their iPad time. But luckily, Boise State didn't have the weaponry to back that up. And a bit of a gamble push coming out from Boise State, which is what you want to do on your thrifty rounds, but gave up a lot of information, allowing Urine to really scale up on that A side to get the crossfire trap onto Kaz there. Beautifully done coming out from the side of West Virginia University. They've really climbed back from the trenches here to tie this up. Now, look at this bonus round, Lemon. I mean, doesn't really look like too much of a bonus, honestly. It looks like an even rifle round.
Okay. Over here, Urine has a 1v1 against a fellow duelist and refracts out. Respect that from Skies. It's about living as long as you can and delivering the information, especially when you're the captain of the team. Your comms are going to be important in West Virginia. Again, with these first bloods are huge.
Master getting the trade out, but the execute's going to come now. The flood starts for WVU here as they get control of the site.
It's a good start, but how will it end? Equal numbers on both sides. The Yoru's going to be responsible for those flashes in, along with the Sky. Hear from Excite if he still has him. Okay, he still has a dog, and honestly just... Well, now the timing is gone when you hear the stomping that close and elbows exposed. And Excite maybe the one who has the check-in, and the wires get crossed. And Boise get crossed up, and West Virginia are now in the lead.
Oh, what a turnaround for West Virginia University here. And this is where those rounds that you kind of let slip really add up. I mean, to get bonus there, like I said, it was West Virginia University carried all 5 rifles into that bonus round, so it wasn't really much of an advantage coming in for Boise State University. Now getting forced onto another eco buy. It's going to make things rough. They can't really do a walk down because West Virginia University is expecting it already. Gonna have to try and play a bit more safe, unless your name is Sky and you have the sheriff in hand. Gonna try and take this fight with Guck, but not even poke damage being done.
Gotta give credit to that resilience from West Virginia to take that 0-6 deficit, take a timeout,
Toxins going up.
and just lock in afterwards.
Toxin screen down.
I mean, they are what, 5? Wow, it's 8-1 in the last 9 rounds. Like, they've just fully taken over this game right out of the hands from Boise. Now Yearn has earned himself showers, and with his fellow Viper here of A77, really getting the attention of Boise, while the rest of West Virginia can work off of this fake.
And all the space Yearn's taken, but they will get punished for it for some nice shots from Daimo. Now, Sky's gonna dog up onto Skeletons, and they're gonna get taken out immediately by Guck. This should give West Virginia University the site here.
Too bad.
Just the follow-up on the util is beautiful from
30
West
seconds
Virginia, and just covering their bases when you have these surprises like Through Heaven happen.
Spike planted.
Still not a guaranteed round. 3 versus 3. An orbital strike ready for the offense. And you hear these shots. I mean, I wouldn't mind even just throwing it at the doorway. Buy yourself some time. Make them scatter. Make them panic. But West Virginia, very confident in their post-plant setup. Checking the flank. They don't think all 3 members here of Boise are at the top of the site. Now here's the jump out, but the staggers! Not great. And West Virginia will profit.
The crossfire being set there by A77 and Excite, really protecting each other. And this is going to allow West Virginia University to string together a 4th round, really running away with this half right now. But we've seen this story before. I mean, this is exactly how the previous half started for the attacking team, stringing together 6 in a row. I don't know if Boise State really have that luxury to allow these rounds to slip away more. We see Master now with the operator in hand. They're going to try and get an early pick over on B long, but I don't think anyone's going to really be there. Trap play!
And Yearn
Yoru v. Yoru.
Yeah, and Yearn has an op too, and to sit at spawn, go for a showers duel is... I've never seen that Han play. That was kind of fun. Now Boise will find themselves behind. A lot of first bloods have gone West Virginia's way. These could still benefit from the orbital strike if you're West Virginia too.
Over here.
Oh, that's oh, I was wondering why Skeletons didn't hit that shot. And that's actually a tech issue there.
Down B. 1 enemy remaining.
Yeah, yep, definitely something wrong with my PC, guys. Abandoned ship, abandoned this round. And West
Oh.
Virginia about to get to double digits, so I think Kosh just saves the rifle here, especially at 150 credits.
Yeah, that's unfortunate because if Skeletons was supposed to get the pick onto Yearn there because Yearn scoped in and would not have seen Skeletons in that sight line. But because of that tech issue, it cost them the round. Skeletons is kind of a sitting duck out there, and they will get taken down. And while West Virginia University did get the early frag with that operated pick, I really think taking down Yearn in that moment would have turned it around for Boise State there.
West Virginia is so clinical. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. That's the strat right now. And Yearn is popping heads like crazy.
Who's next?
Boise haven't taken a single defensive round yet. But this could be a clash. This is important. Off the dog. That's the follow through I love to see from West Virginia. And they cross their T's, they check the eyes, and they hit Boise right between the eyes. And this is going to be a retake that has to happen now. Orbital strike for the defense. Could probably try to hit the spike carrier while they're planning. But Boise just want to scrap. They brought the mitts out. They want to punch back against West Virginia. It wasn't a good buy for Boise, so they didn't want to invest. But that was still so clean from West Virginia.
Pay attention.
Wow, I mean, I didn't know you had bars like that. Just straight up
you know,
spinning right there.
DJ Kiwi out here.
Yes, sir. I mean, what a clinic being run right now from West Virginia University. Finding the trap play, Excite's dog ability, really sniffing out Skies there, and just they're not giving Boise State an inch to capitalize on. I mean, so far it's been flawless execution left and right. We'll see if they have the discipline to continue past these first 6 rounds, or
I've got
can
your trail.
or are they gonna drop the ball as well? Sky's gonna get the early pick, but the dogs are out, and so is the showstopper.
Skies is about to will this win into existence, and he did it on Haven before. Pulling off, what, a 1 versus 3 or something crazy like that. Skies is the go, and I wasn't believing in the Waylay pick, but I believe it if it's in his hands.
Standing.
And Boise on their way to take their first round on this defense. With all the buffer they created, all the fuss they started with on Bind, a comeback is not out of reach, but it's definitely going to be an uphill battle.
Yeah. You want to make sure that you maintain all of your weapons here. Don't let Guk do too much damage to your economy. The flash is going to come out from Master, but they're slowly closing in onto Guk now.
And they're just not going to... Well, he has time to go to another site if he can get to the teleporter in time. But that's going to be what Master's watching very carefully. Off the flash. Guk will dodge that, and he's just getting chased. It's like cat and mouse. This isn't Valorant anymore.
Yeah, it's just a util simulator at this point. I mean, well done coming out from Boise. West Virginia University had all the, I guess, utility that they could have taken that and pushed it into map point, but Sky is, like you said, single-handedly saving that round for them with those operator picks, and starting to look a little bit familiar, Lemon. I mean, this 6 rounds in a row, dropping the ball. It's not too much cause for concern yet if you're West Virginia University, but you don't want to allow Boise State to string together these rounds.
Dog in from West Virginia. Great Viper wall. They could set up into U-Haul. No one's there. Want to see this orbital strike be used by Boise to destabilize West Virginia. You cannot be shy with these ults. Oh, Skies activating the ult, and the orbital strike there from the defense of Boise to prevent the plant from going through. Excites really got stuck there by the Waylay ult, so West Virginia are going to stall out, and Boise haven't made a move, but they do have another option of the Nightfall.
Yeah, really just holding on to these ultimates, waiting for West Virginia to get a little bit aggressive. But if you look at the position, U-Haul control has been taken from West Virginia University. Now, they do have the option to just teleport, but it looks like they may commit to the site here.
Slow down.
Well, timing could be awkward here. Skies definitely needs to watch that U-Haul entry. As he pointed out, they know that position's been given up. And this is just a bailout plan. Okay, West Virginia ditching it. Nightfall gets pulled immediately. Would have liked to kind of wait to confirm that presence into Hookah. A little too preemptive from Boise, but it does delay things. West Virginia gonna attack off their orbital strike. Skelis is so uncomfortable right into the line of fire of West Virginia. Last 5 seconds to plant, and Master can prevent it, but Guk with the ultimate kill this round saves the planter and saves the round for West Virginia, and they're one step closer to getting to match point.
Tough right now for Skies to try and retake this. Spots the elbow, and that's all it takes when you have the op in the hand. Tries the quick scope onto Guk, but no luck there, as West Virginia University will get match point. And I think you pointed out something that's super crucial, just that slight timing from Skelis on using that Nightfall a little bit too early. Only caught 1 for information, and then overstaying their welcome when Guk had the orbital strike, just made it extra difficult to defend the site.
This won't even be the full power of Boise when they have a lot of light shields and a sheriff for Dino. It must really hurt to just have such a strong start and get countered.
Where are you?
Within that first half. West Virginia, they've exhausted themselves of ultimates, so that's the silver lining, but they've retaken that lead and they're in the driver's seat, and Skelis just gets run over. That's the danger of spamming through smoke. Even if you're not running tracer rounds, it's The sound is there, and Boise are gone. There's no defenders left in B except, oh, maybe this Brim hanging around. Dime is good for one with the Sheriff, but this map has gone away from Boise. But this is what Division 1 is all about, developing your team and the executions to these strats. West Virginia chasing down the last kill, 13-8 on Vine, 13-5 on Haven. Very convincing victory from West Virginia.
Yeah, I mean, starting out that map 0-6 and then just climbing back from the trenches. Well done from West Virginia University, especially on their attacking side, right? They were able to emulate that same success that Boise had and just really utilizing their utility in much well-timed ways, more so than Boise. But this is not to take anything away from Boise State, right? You put West Virginia University on the back burner there and really put the pressure on them in your attack side. So well done from Boise State as well.
Yes, West Virginia, I mean, this is a top school when it comes to a lot of esports. I mean, I've been fans of them since casting Rocket League and how well they do over there, but they're racking up the wins in NACE, in CVAL, in here, and kind of another day at the office for this team. And I am going to be excited to be talking to one of the players from West Virginia. We got to get them on the line, though. We got to get our players settled in. You guys know how collegiate is, so me and Jackson will be right back.
Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard.
Welcome back, everyone, to Division 1. You witnessed the end of the match between West Virginia and Maryville, and me and Jackson are blessed to be talking to a superstar from West Virginia University. We have none other than Omen superstar Guck on the line, which hopefully he hears us. So great to see. Look at that facility, man. Congratulations on the win. How's it going?
West Virginia, baby. I mean, I don't know, just a good win, I guess. Second map, got a little dicey. We started throwing a little bit first half, but we brought it back together. Great teamwork from the team. A lot of cohesion. Yeah, I mean, we kind of just like undialed and then we dialed back in, and that's what matters.
Yeah.
I saw like on that first map and even the second map that your synergy with Yearn, who I believe is a new player this year for your team, right? Like that the synergy between you two and the way that you trade for each other has just been phenomenal. I just wanted to ask, is there any like team building exercise that you guys are doing outside of Valorant that really brings that cohesion?
Not necessarily. I feel like we just both show up to the server and put in 100% effort, and practice how we play, and then go into matches. You kind of just like naturally build chemistry when playing with people over time, generally. And so I don't know. I mean, kind of just like we've been playing together for like a month, 2 months, which I mean, I feel like is like enough time to kind of solidify the basics. So kind of just moving forward from that. Yeah, I mean, should only get better from here.
I mean, yeah, watching you on Haven was insane. You dropped a 20 bomb. You were going crazy. It looked like all of you had so much confidence on that map. Talk to me about Haven being your map pick. Like, Dinks is going all over the place. Like, how strong is Haven for you?
Yeah, I mean, I'd say Haven's it's a map that we're good at. I mean, yeah, I mean, we're good at all the maps. We're good at every single map. Haven,
every single one. Okay.
Yeah, every single map. So in case any opposition is watching, we got no weaknesses. But yeah, I mean, I don't know, Haven, play Haven. Kind of went into the game just like any other game. Got to be confident. If you're not confident, you just lose. It's how it is, how Valorant is. So I mean, yeah, I mean, I don't really have much else to say about that. It's kind of just like just another map we play with confidence, we just win.
Good.
And well, speaking of confidence, I mean, up next, you guys face Maryville University next week, who are the current champions of both CVAL and NECC, and so far have been undefeated in Division 1. How are you guys feeling leading up into that matchup?
Pretty good. We just played them last week, actually. It was 2-1, 13-11. We kind of hard tossed. We lost like a 3-10 lead to them, I believe, on third map. So it was kind of unlucky. But there's a lot of issues that we were able to figure out because of that, and it was also like one of our first days playing with A77 again. And so it's kind of fresh going. It was like literally our first day playing with them, or like second day. We had like 2 scrims for that. And so we honestly like should have beat them. I'll be honest. Like we kind of just trust ourselves. We threw it to ourselves. So I mean, as long as we like show up and play like we did when we last played them, and take the things that we learned from that last game to the next game, then I'm pretty confident going into it. I feel like should be very winnable.
Yeah, you've shown how you've been able to adapt and overcome when you were down 0-6 just at map 2. A little bit of trolling, as you said, and then you're able to come back and win it out in very convincing fashion. So it was awesome watching you, Guk, and everyone from West Virginia. So congratulations and thanks for the interview.
Of course, thank you, and let's go West Virginia. Let's go Mountaineers.
Let's go Mountaineers.
Let's go.
Excited to see this team against Maryville next week. Bye, Guk. Have a good one. Show
Bye.
up to school. Do your
Of course.
homework.
100%.
Go to scrims and whatnot. We'll close you out anytime. There we go. Just, well, I couldn't find the hang up button, but that was Guk, everybody. I mean, the true goat of that team. It's cool that they had a bit of too much fun on that second map, Jackson.
Yep. I was getting a little concerned there seeing that 0-6 start, but way to lock it in really. And like I said, the cohesion came together at just the right time. You never really want to go down 5-7 on your defensive half on Bind, but you know what? I mean, we'll just call it some practice for them to try and get it together, and they really did close out at the end there.
And we have some really good matches going on in week 4, guys. Stony Brook versus Utah, Ohio versus St. Clair, West Virginia versus Maryville, that big rematch. That's going to be my match of the week. And then Winthrop versus Boise to see if they can get back a win. But against Winthrop, Jackson, that's going to be really difficult.
Yeah, I mean, Winthrop has been a powerhouse. I mean, if you're talking about, strong teams, this is a team that really ran through CVAL last year and even also made it all the way through to Ascension, I believe. So it's not going to be an easy opponent to deal with for Boise State. But, this is a chance for you to really try out your team. From what I saw today, they have a really strong core. It seems like they are well coached. They follow game plans. They execute well. It's just the little things that are a little questionable that I think as they play together more and more, they'll definitely be able to work out those kinks.
For sure. I mean, Boise have an award-winning director, award-winning program, so no doubt that with time they will start getting those wins. But that's all we have here at Division 1 for this week. Everyone, thanks for tuning in for week 3. Around the corner is week 4. You won't want to miss it.
Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard.